Councilman Hicks, could you please lead us in the invocation?
Heavenly Father, thank you for the gathering tonight. May our decisions and our discussions please you in a manner that is pleasing to you. Just pray for our men and women in uniform, that they remain safe and from harm's way, and their families. And these things we pray. Amen. Amen.
Okay. And if we could have a quick moment of silence for Francisco from our Public Works Department. Thank you. All right, moving on to proclamation for George Washington Day, to be read by Councilman Hetzel. Okay. Let's see if I found the right one. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I'm not going to make any jokes about me and George, but I happen to like this one. Proclamation, designation of February 22nd, 2024 as President George Washington Day. Whereas the United States of America was established following the War of Revolution from 1776 to 1783, a war won through the brilliant and courageous leadership of George Washington, revered father of our nation, and whereas George Washington, who lived from 1732 to 1799, mobilized the Continental Army and led the American colonies against the most powerful country in the world, finally defeating the British at the famous Battle of Yorktown, Virginia, and whereas this reverend founder of our nation resisted the efforts of many supporters to make him a king or dictator, instead using his influence and power to support the creation and adoption of the Constitution of the United States. And whereas George Washington was elected as the first president of the United States, serving 2 terms of office from 1789 to 1797, and through his devotion, wisdom, and vision, became the exemplar of distinguished leadership for all future presidents. And whereas the William Hightower chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution wishes to encourage all citizens to recognize the epochal contributions of George Washington to our nation by celebrating his birth on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2024. And therefore, I, Mark Allen, Mayor of Cibolo, Texas, do hereby recognize February 22nd, 24 as President George Washington Day. I encourage all residents of the Cibolo to recognize and honor the brilliance, courage, and vision of the father of our nation and the relevance of his life to the preservation of our democracy in today's complex world. In testimony thereof, I have signed the name officially and caused the seal of the city of Cibolo to be affixed at Cibolo on this 27th day of February 2024.
Thank you, Councilman Hetzel. To accept this now. Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to our next proclamation for National Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, read by Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens.
Proclamation, designation of February 2024 as National Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Whereas about 1 in 12 high school students in the United States have experienced physical or sexual dating violence, which can upend the lives of young people during some of their most formative years and have lifelong consequences. And whereas survivors of teen dating violence are more likely to suffer from symptoms of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, eating disorders, unwanted pregnancy, and suicide. And whereas experiencing an unhealthy or abusive relationship as a teen can increase a young person's risk of facing violence in intimate relationships throughout their lives. And whereas respectful, supportive, and nonviolent relationships are key to safety, health, and academic success. And whereas parents, teachers, coaches, and many others have the power to influence youth in positive ways by providing examples, guidance, and open conversation to promote healthy teen dating relationships. And now, Therefore, Mark Allen, Mayor of Cibolo, Texas, do hereby recognize February 2024 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month and encourage all residents of Cibolo to be supportive of healthy teen relationships by having conversations about respectful and nonviolent relationships in homes, schools, and our community.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens. Peggy, nobody? Okay, all right. Okay, we're going to move on to the citizens to be heard portion of our meeting. This is the only time during the city council meeting that a citizen may address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests alike to address the city council on any issue to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. The city council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, the city council may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. Attorney General Opinion, JC 0169. Limit of 3 minutes each. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. This meeting is live streamed. If anyone would like to make comments on any matter regarding the city of Cibolo or an agenda item and have the item read at the meeting, please email pcivics@cibolotx.gov and vchapman@cibolotx.gov or call 210-566-6111 before 5 p.m., the date of the meeting. All right, so we have a rather long list tonight. We're going to start off with Mary Esther Huerta, PhD. Welcome, Dr. Huerta. And when you get to the microphone, if you could please state your name and address.
I'm going to turn that on.
Okay. Shall I restate or you? Okay. First of all, I want to thank all the persons that did the block walking to inform us on our street on Indian Blanket that you all were going to repave the Town Creek Road. And we're delighted about that because it's from a less traveled road now to a highly traveled road. But I'm here to petition the council to include sidewalks in your current road construction plan. At the height, another wish would be bike lanes, but even the sidewalks would be so great to have. We have speedsters, we have high transit with students and teachers rushing off to steal, and builders and hauling material over time. So I've been at my home for 17 years and I've seen it grown. That's good for Cibolo. But that our poor little Town Creek, I think it's been neglected, and it's time to make the walking space safe for us. Getting out of Sunflower or Indian Blanket, those two streets are unpaved. And just to exit my street and get to the great walking area that's behind Sunflower is treacherous sometimes, depending what time of the day that you're walking. So I thank you for listening to my petition, and I hope that we can include that in the road construction plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huerta. Next up is Christine Knight. Welcome, Christine. And Christine, when you arrive at the podium, if you could please say your name and your address into the microphone. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Christine Knight. I reside at 110 Indian Blanket Street in Cibolo. I've lived in Cibolo for 20 years and I love Cibolo. I here am also, just as my neighbor just spoke before me, to implore our Cibolo Town Council to look into sidewalks and bike walk trails along Town Creek. 20 years ago, the function of Town Creek has drastically changed. 20 years ago, we were about cars maybe in the whole, afternoon hour. Now we're 5 cars every second. I actually do myself walk with my dogs most every day on there, and every single day I come back and I say, "Phew, I made it," because I'm going to get killed someday. So really, I'm proud of our city. I'm proud of where we live. I would really implore to have sidewalks as well as bike paths along Town Creek once we get that new construction done. We're going to open up to even more thoroughfares. We're going to have even more traffic. Great. We need spaces for our walkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next up is Christopher Ober. And same goes, Chris. When you get to the microphone, please state your name and your address into the microphone. Thank you, sir.
My name is Christopher Ober. I am also at 110 Indian Blanket Street. I have been a Cibolo resident for the past 12 years. And I also am for sidewalks along Town Creek. If you have ever driven down Town Creek when the school buses are picking up children, you will have a hard time even crossing from one side of the street to the other because of the amount of traffic. They do not slow down. They treat it as a drag strip. You can hear this in the middle of the night. The loud engines, and people peeling out there all the time. It is a safety issue. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I myself don't want to get hurt just trying to walk down that street to get to the park and get some exercise in. So sidewalks, yay, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate your time tonight, sir. Next up is Brenda Engelbert. Hopefully I said that right, Brenda. If not, please correct me when you get to the microphone. And please state your name and address.
If you remember Engelbert Humperdinck, just leave off the Humperdinck.
Okay.
My name is Brenda Engelbert. My husband and I have lived off of Indian Blanket, 106 Indian Blanket, for about 10, 11 years. And I'm an avid cyclist, and that's why we bought the house over there, is because I would travel from Schertz and ride down Town Creek every day on the bike, and there was never any traffic. It's a gorgeous road. And like my neighbor has said, that it has grown and grown, and I also walk, and for the last, 2 years or longer, we walk in the ditch, literally in the ditch. I had my 9-year-old there Sunday. She wanted to ride the bike. I'm terrified because cars are coming, and I'm right behind her walking, and I said, Abby, as soon as you see a car, go to the ditch. Literally. We came back. There was 3 guys on skateboards coming down from Green Valley all the way down Town Creek in the center of the road, because that's the only place you can ride. And I'm thinking, if a car comes, you've got a 6 or 8 inch drop off pretty much on both sides of Town Creek. Somebody's going to crash. So, it is a hazard. Like they said, the traffic is horrendous. I sat there every 3 to 5 seconds. Sunday afternoon, a car came by there. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit here and see. Probably 25 cars came by every 3 to 5 seconds down that road. And it's a hazard. You have buses, you have cars that are literally, it's a drag strip on certain times. I know the police have been there at certain times, but never at the right time. I don't know what the right time is. But I would vote also for and ask to please, whether it's a bike lane or whether it's just a sidewalk on one side that goes from Green Valley, when you cross over where the big subdivision is and you cross over Green Valley, the old Green Valley, a sidewalk all the way down to at least Bentwood Ranch Road, where you can get across the street and hop on the park sidewalk. It'd be perfect. I don't know how big it takes, how big the road has to be to have sidewalks on both sides, but if it could just be one side, would be good for the kids, the grandparents, the older. There's thousands of people that walk and ride that road on bicycles. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Brenda, for sharing your thoughts with us. Next up is Dawn Rose. Welcome, Dawn. And when you get to the microphone, please state your name and your address.
Dawn Rose, 2082 Town Creek Road. I grew up in Shirts, and I left and joined the service. And whenever I retired and came back in 2014, I moved back here to Cibolo. And I saw how much it had grown after I left when I was a child. A couple years ago, almost 3 years ago, we moved to our home on Town Creek Road. We live on the corner of Town Creek Road and Old Green Valley Road. And I can confirm what all my neighbors are saying about how busy the road is. There are many times it takes me 5 minutes to back out of my driveway, and I'm not exaggerating. I have timed it because I live on that corner right there at the stop sign, and there's just so much traffic. And traveling that road, whenever it's light or dark, there are so many people that walk, run, skateboard, ride their bikes. There's children, and we're constantly having to stop. We're either having to pull the cars into the grass, or the walkers and bikers are having to jump off into the grass, into the ditches. And so it's just not safe. And so I agree with my neighbors, and I ask that you consider at least one sidewalk, like Brenda just said, from Old Green Valley Road to Bentwood Pass Road. It would be a safety issue and a huge help for our road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dawn. Next up is Charles Allen. Welcome, Charles. Please state your name and your address into the microphone, Charles.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Allen. I'm at 109 Spyglass Cove, and I wish not to be too redundant in regards to what all of my neighbors has addressed to this point. But I came to San Antonio, or should I say the Cibolo area, 2009, so it's been about 15 years now. And when I got here, I realized that Green Valley Road did not have a sidewalk. And I ran that piece, and I wondered why wasn't there a sidewalk, and will they take in consideration of putting one there? I run that route quite a bit, and when I got the word that you all was going to have this meeting here on the 27th, and maybe I had the opportunity to address that, I was very open-minded to saying, yes, I will come in, hopefully voice my opinion, and to hopefully have something done. And I agree with everyone. We're not necessarily asking for two. One it would definitely be an improvement and a major help to those walkers, those runners, and probably to pedestrians as well. As I drive up and down Green Valley, when I see oncoming pedestrian, I have to stop. I have to literally stop, especially when oncoming traffic and runners. I have to stop to make sure I don't hit them or cause any type of injury. So I hope this goes without saying that it is very, very important to take that into consideration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. All right, next up we have Rick Dillenbeck. Welcome, Rick. I'm sure you heard me before, but when you get to the microphone, name and address. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Rick Dillenbeck, and I live at 213 Nicholas Cove. It's in the enclave at Riata Oaks off of Watson Way. And again, I want to thank the council for having all of us here tonight, and thank you for the improvements you're going to make to Town Creek. I do want to petition for a sidewalk like all the rest of our residents here. I have two grandchildren, one's 2 and one's 6 months. We plan on retiring at our home, and they spend at least 2 days a week at our house. We want to go to the playground that's back on Firewheel, but the only way to access that playground is to walk down Town Creek. And it's pretty dangerous now with all the, we've only been in the house 4 years, but the traffic has increased greatly in just the past 4 years. We feel it's not real safe to walk our grandchildren. They're going to be on bikes one day. We want to take them to that walking park back there in the beautiful park back there. So we would appreciate, me and my wife, a sidewalk put in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick. Next up is Pamela Jones. Welcome, Pamela.
However, everybody already said what I wanted to say, but I'm Pam Jones, and I live in the enclave at Riata Oaks at 202 Bay Hill Drive. We moved here in 2009, and of course, like everybody said, it was very slow, not a lot of people, and we were very excited because they were going to build that Slather Park, and that was one of the things that we were going to enjoy. And so when it went up, we were just great, it's a half a mile away. So I'm thinking I'm walking. I'm not walking, because if I go out on that street, it's very dangerous. And I agree, I go out maybe 2 to 3 times a week to walk my dogs to the park. I get off the road and I step in garbage. So not only are we getting off the road, we're stepping in garbage because it's not picked up. And we're talking ugly garbage. So to me, it would be better if we want to use the park, we need a way to get there without having to drive. The whole, it's close. We shouldn't have to drive. So that's one of the reasons that I'd like the sidewalk. Then let's see. And I agree that the kids are standing on the side of the road in the morning waiting for their buses. They're literally standing in the road, so that's a bad thing. Let's see. And once again, we know people speed. So when I'm walking my dogs, I better be ready to move because they just fly by. So I appreciate you hearing me out, and I'd like to have a sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Next up is Mr. Toro Martinez. Welcome, sir.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. As a matter of fact, I don't. Thank you. This is wonderful that a good, I've been to other meetings where it's very seldom, very few people. But just for the record, I'm Jesus Toro Martinez. I work for Congressman Henry Cuellar. He's our congressman for Texas 28th District of Texas. And I'm here to announce that people know, some of us know, but one of the things is that neighborhood office hours is coming to your neighborhood. And it's coming here to Cibolo. Every first Wednesday of the month, we meet at our office comes out to the senior center at Cibolo. And we want to invite anybody that has any issues that deals with the federal department, anybody with any federal agency like the VA, Homeland Security, anything that has to do with the federal government. I was sharing this earlier today with somebody came through our office and asked, they were having problems locating their IRS check, their refund. And this is where our office came through. They helped them locate it. This is a check that was lost for 2 years. And finally, the people moved here and didn't know where it was. And it went back to the IRS center. And it stayed there until it was claimed. And our office intervened and found out where the check was. And that citizen here was very happy to see that they got their check. And that is those are things that we can do. We can help you solve problems. Sometimes the federal government seems so big, but within our office, we can help you navigate those trenches. So please join us. Neighborhood office hours is at the Cibolo Senior Center, and it's on the first Wednesday of every month. So this time we'll be there starting at 9 a.m. So if you need to get a hold of me, whatever, call our office. We're here to help you. I did bring some constituent service guides for all of us. If anybody wants one, I have one here for you. We can even help nonprofits that need to apply for funding for anything, so we can help. So thank you so much for your time. And guys, all of you, let's make a round of applause to all of them here, because they're really working hard. They're volunteers. That's the best part. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
I want to add to that, it's Grange Hall is where his office is, the senior center is, and that's on Schlother and Main Street. It's where people at home, if they don't know where the senior center is, so.
Yes, for those of us that live streaming, seeing what this is going on, Cibolo is a very nice city, and it's a wonderful city. I would love to be here. So for our office to come here, it's a really treat. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toro. I appreciate the help that you've given to the seniors in our community, and as well as people of all ages. You and Congressman Cuellar have been extremely responsive and always get back to us and always come through with your promises. So thank you very much for your representation and support.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara. All right, next up is Amy Seebeck. Welcome, Amy. And as before, when you get to the microphone, please state your name and address. Amy Seebeck.
Amy Seebeck, and I live at 129 Spyglass Cove. And I'm here to say mostly what other people have already said. But I am also a frequent traveler down Town Creek Road, whether I'm walking or driving. And I have definite concerns about the future of Town Creek Road. I just want to let you know that I was able to listen to your Cibolo Tomorrow podcast from August 17th, 2023, and I was really pleased to hear the City Council expand the goals of, reiterate the goals of expanding the trail system and continuing to make Cibolo a premier city. And with that comes walking paths. So with this in mind, I respectfully ask that a sidewalk be built along Town Creek Road. I have specific reasons why I think the sidewalks are important. As many people have already expressed, the traffic both from pedestrians and drivers has grown substantially in the past 8 years that I've lived in Cibolo. With the opening of Saratoga subdivision and the subsequent expansion of Green Valley Road, I see many pedestrians and hundreds of cars traveling down Town Creek Road daily. I'm specifically speaking of the stretch with Town Creek Road between Cove Lane, the old Green Valley Road, and Bentwood Pass that I feel presents the public health and safety concern for our city. There's no way for the residents between these streets to safely access the already existing sidewalk system. And it's a beautiful sidewalk. It's wide, it gets us all the way to the park, but between that stretch of Town Creek, there's no way except by walking on the side, stepping in the ditch, and dodging cars. So just to, again, reiterate, we have a multi-generational community, and there are currently sidewalks connecting through the Bentwood Ranch neighborhood onto Town Creek Road. But traveling between Town Creek Road, Cove Lane, and Bentwood Pass, there's no way for citizens to safely access these already existing sidewalk systems. My additional safety concerns for Town Creek Road include that there is a line of sight issue when you're exiting Watson Way onto Town Creek Road. Cars traveling from the right as you exit Watson Way are obscured because of the elevation of Town Creek Road. So I'm asking also that a proper grading be performed to help mitigate any safety issues. And finally, the speed limit along Town Creek Road with the new housing developments, I would like to see the speed limit along Town Creek Road to be reassessed and any plans in place to control that speed limit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Amy. Next up is Nancy Velasquez. Welcome, Nancy. And as I've said to everyone else, please state your address when you get to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Nancy Velasquez. I live on 105 Goosen Way. I'm just going to repeat what everybody else is saying. The need of a sidewalk is very important. It's a safety hazard. You twist your ankle, you literally have to get on the grass, and sometimes it's all muddy, it's uneven. And the same thing about the kids waiting for the school buses, they're literally standing on the street. And when you try to exit Riata, the kids are standing right in the street, basically. They don't have sidewalks. We don't need to wait for somebody to get hurt before something is done. So I'm just want to ask, and I agree with what everybody else said behind me, that the need of a sidewalk is truly important for the safety of all the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for your time. Next up is Jorge Velasquez. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jorge Velasquez, retired major. I live in the same house that she lived, 105 Goosen Way. She's my wife for so many years. When we first moved here When I retired, I moved to Town Creek because it was very isolated, and I was trying to find some peace, and that's when all the neighborhoods started growing around. When we got there, we were biking, taking my granddaughters to the church and walking, and now we cannot do that. Just like everybody else says, now we have to go to Randolph or any other place to actually be safe. We love our neighborhood. We did love when it was very peaceful. We love that it's growing, but we need some safe. As pretty much all of us, a lot of us are retired. One thing that we like to do is stay in shape so we don't have to visit the hospital that much. And that sidewalk would help us keep exercising. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Next up is William LaFoy. Welcome, William.
Hey, how are you? William LaFoy, 113 Watson Way. Served 30 plus years in the Air Force. Decided to come back to Texas and make Cibolo my home and retirement location. Here for sidewalks on Town Creek. It's very dangerous. We can sit here and reiterate what it is. I hope we don't wait till somebody's killed before we do something about it. I hope too, I petition if we're not going to do sidewalks and couple it with this project, that we take the road project away. Because I'd rather keep it bad, it slows traffic down so somebody doesn't get hurt, than have a speedway through there. Because we all know that's been here in Cibolo in the past, that was a good race strip for everybody before everything started growing. So I would petition the sidewalk before somebody gets hurt. If not, take the road off the docket, spend your money somewhere else, and keep it the way it is. All right, thanks.
Thank you, William. Hillary Cadra. Welcome, Hillary.
I'm Hillary Sadra. It's hard to pronounce.
Sorry, Sadra.
No, it's okay.
Apologies.
Everybody gets it wrong. 2009 Town Creek Road. I'm on that stretch that Amy talked about from Cove Lane, what we used to call Old Green Valley Road, and Bentwood Pass. And I actually had emailed our councilwoman a few weeks ago, and thank you for responding to my email about this exact issue about sidewalks on Town Creek Road. I've lived there for 14 years. It's a definite safety issue. I've actually called our local police several times just out of desperation to try to get something done about the amount of traffic and the people speeding down this road. It is dangerous. And when I've called, I will say they've been responsive. They put the safety monitor across the street from my house for about a week. And then they will come patrol right away when I call. But I'm sure they have better things to do than come out and patrol our road. And then they did put the car down the road, but everybody figured out real quick, nobody's in the car. So it doesn't really help, sorry. The secret was already out. But, you know, it's a definite safety issue. There's a lot of distracted drivers too. And so you're counting on people to even be paying attention to what's around you. And you can't count on that these days, for sure. I have seen for myself people at the stop sign at Cove Lane clocking their quarter mile down Town Creek Road. I mean, that's what they're doing. They're seeing how fast they can get their quarter mile down. Another, thought is the sidewalks would be amazing because I'm a walker too, and you are pretty much taking your life into your own hands to get to a sidewalk. Because I'm the same way. I head for Saratoga, I head for Riata because they have sidewalks. And that's a safer place, but I got to get there first. And I want to be able to exercise in my own community. I also have to cross Town Creek Road to check my mail. And if you've ever played the old arcade game Frogger, that's pretty much what it's like. Because you have to wait till the cars aren't coming to try to dodge the cars. My neighbor next door, she checks her mail from her car, which is really dangerous because she's facing oncoming traffic. But she says, I was here first. So, it's a definite safety concern. Another thought is considering speed humps. Maybe that would deter some of the speeding. I don't know how that affects fire and safety response times and things like that, but that might be another consideration. We also had the thought of just leave the road alone if we're not going to do anything about the excessive speeding and the safety of people walking along Town Creek Road, because sometimes if you're dodging potholes, it at least slows you down a little bit. But appreciate everybody listening to all of our concerns, but you can see how many people have turned out for this issue. And, it would be my yard that this sidewalk would be going into. Not that it would be my choice, but ready, willing, and able to give that up, for the safety of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Next up is Bruce Jones. Bruce? When you get to the microphone, Bruce, if you could please state your name and address, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Jones, live at 202 Bay Hill Drive, the enclave at Riata Oaks. Without belaboring the point, as one of the gentlemen said, and repeating everything that's been said before, it's all really true. We take our golden retrievers out in the street. We have to walk them way off the street because they want to walk on the street, and you can't do that, okay? But two things I just stressed, number one that wasn't brought up yet is the horses that come through there. There are horse riders that come through there from, I'm not sure exactly where, but that is part of their training trail. Number two was the park. We do a lot of walk from our house to the park. There's a lot of people in the neighborhood that go to the park and walk. I do believe that if sidewalks are put in, I've gone through other communities and there's sidewalks and no one's ever on them. I do believe with our community, it would be a well-used sidewalk. I do see a lot of people outside all the time. We have a lot of dog walkers. We have a lot of exercisers, joggers, bicyclists coming through there on numbered vests doing their courses and whatnot. And with the amount of traffic, it is a real challenge. So all I'd like to say is I do think it's a good idea. I would back the gentleman up here who said that if you're not going to get sidewalks, leave it like it is. The ruts in the road slow people down. If you make a brand new, well-paved road, even though the speed limit is 35 miles an hour, people are going 50 on it. And there's just too much traffic right now for that. Too many people taking shortcuts through Town Creek to get to wherever they're going. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bruce. Next up is Sal Santana. Welcome, Sal.
Good evening. My name is Sal Santana. I live at 115 Sunflower Street. And I can sit here and tell you all the exact same thing that all of my neighbors are saying. But I'm going to ask for something a little bit different. I want the sidewalks on Town Creek. I want lighting on Town Creek. I'd like the road repaved to make it safe for all sorts of activities through there. But I'm going to get a little bit selfish with my request. I live on Sunflower Street, and until 3 weeks ago, we didn't have high-speed internet on our street. We had to come to different meetings and meet with our representative prior to Ms. Mahoney and push and remind people we paid taxes for high-speed internet for rural communities for 30 years, and we just got it on Sunflower Street. So while I'm asking for Town Creek to be paved, I'm asking for sidewalks to be on the road, I would also ask for better lighting, but I'd like to be not forgotten on something. Like I say, I live on Sunflower. Sunflower, we get all of the traffic coming off of Town Creek of people walking, bicycling. We have one of my neighbors that has 3 children, all 3 of them in wheelchairs. And you see them going up the street to Town Creek, turning right to get down to the park in their wheelchairs. So it's extremely dangerous. So the selfish part of it is, while you're looking at Town Creek, bring us into the 21st century, 22nd century, put us on the map and repave Sunflower and Indian Blanket as well. They can use sidewalks, they can use lighting, because quite honestly, if we wait as long as we did for simple high-speed internet, I won't be a citizen of Cibolo anymore. I'll probably be in the dirt someplace underneath it, because those 2 streets will be forgotten. Now, when we fought over the high-speed internet, what the companies did that came out there, they're looking on the street where the lots are bigger, but there's only like 8, 9 houses on the entire street, so it wasn't worth it for them to put the high-speed internet in there. But in the newer communities, they already have a charter to do that all they want. I moved to Cibolo 9 years ago. Absolutely love it here. I'm hoping that in a couple of years or less, I will be retired here and enjoying the rest of my life. And like I said, if we don't ask for it now, we're never going to get it. So, Mr. Mahoney, I'm going to ask you to push for us. You are our representative. If we're going to do Town Creek, let's do Sunflower and let's do Indian Blanket at the same time and reclaim the whole neighborhood. I thank you all for your time and look forward to seeing the changes.
Thank you, Sal. And if I can just provide a little bit of factual response. We're not really not supposed to debate what we hear from the citizens during Citizens to be Heard, but I can provide a factual response when it comes down to the internet connectivity that you brought up. I was the council rep for District 5, and this area is shared by District 3 and District 5. And so prior to Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens, whom is our now District 5 Councilwoman, it was Reggie Bowen and I. And so we did make a lot of phone calls to AT&T to try to get service in this area. And we did receive some money from the federal government through ARPA, which is the American Rescue Plan. And so that money that we were given from the federal government had restrictions on it as to what we were allowed to spend it on. However, high-speed internet was one of the allowances. And so we were able to contact a couple different high-speed internet vendors and let them know, hey, look, we've got the money set aside from the federal government. Can you do it? And their response to us was, don't worry, we got it. We're AT&T, we'll get to it. And that's the reason why it took so long for it to finally come in, because they did promise us that they would get to it. And it sounds like you mentioned earlier, several weeks ago, that they did get service in your area. So I'm delighted to hear that we're finally able to get you set up. It wasn't just you, there were several other your neighbors along Town Creek that had issues. One of them works from home and was unable to do so with the internet speed that she had. So thank you for that feedback. All right, so we do have some emails to be read by our City Secretary, Mrs. Peggy Simmons. I believe there are 9, and so I'm going to turn the mic over to Peggy for a little while, and then I do have a couple factual responses about the sidewalk, but I'll let Peggy go ahead because I've got a feeling some of these are going to have Valerie's going to read them. Okay, so Valerie's going to read these 9 emails, and after that, I've got a factual response in regard to Town Creek and the sidewalks.
Sorry I'm not able to make the meeting tonight. After a lot of time visiting with city officials, city council members, fellow Tolly Road neighbors, my vote on Tolly Road reconstruction is for the project named 20-Year Road. After many years of trying to move forward on Tolly Road, a lot of work from city officials, elected officials, to make the correct selection on the construction options. I appreciate everyone's time, town hall meetings to get this project on Tolly Road to the point we are at today. We are asking council to move forward with this project. Sincerely, Malcolm McLaughlin. Malcolm McLaughlin. Okay, the next one. My name is Tammy Meisner, and I live in the estates at Riata Oaks, for which the only ingress and egress is Town Creek Road. We have lived here just under 2 years, and it has amazed me, 1, how much traffic this road gets, 2, the poor condition of the road, and 3, its lack of sidewalks to safely access the Schlother Park trails. Within a mile radius of Town Creek Road, more than 500 homes are under construction or were built in the past 5 years. These include homes in the Bella Rosa, Buffalo Crossing, Mesa Western, and Foxbrook developments. In addition to the neighborhoods only accessible from Town Creek, it also provides direct access to Green Valley, Southern Way, and Bentwood Pass for residents in surrounding neighborhoods. This is why I believe it is such a busy local road. Despite the increase of people, Town Creek Road still maintains its country charm in that it is a dark road lined by live oaks, deep ditches, and a pasture that is frequented by wildlife. For these reasons, though, the influx of traffic makes it unsafe for the pedestrians and cyclists who use Town Creek to access Schlother Park or existing sidewalk systems in surrounding neighborhoods. No one can deny Town Creek is in need of reconstruction. What may not be as evident to those who only drive through the area is its need for a sidewalk. I realize this may be a difficult thing to implement as it would directly impact the homeowners along Town Creek. But if resources are going to be used to rehabilitate Town Creek, it seems most prudent to address all of the road's issues and proceed accordingly. Thank you for your time. Regards, Tammy Meisner. I live in the enclave at Riata Oaks and am writing this email in regards to the lack of sidewalks on Town Creek. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend this meeting this evening as my daughter has cheer practice, but I did want to share my thoughts. We have lived in the enclave at Riata Oaks for the last 10 years. I have 2 young children, ages 10 and 8. We love going outdoors with our kids and spending time at Schlother Park and walking or riding our bikes for exercise. The enclave at Riata Oaks is a very small neighborhood, and when it comes to exercising, it's nice to be able to get out instead of walking the same circle over and over. We have tried to walk up Town Creek several times over the last 10 years, and each time we have been met with aggressive drivers and just overall unsafe conditions. The road is hardly wide enough for 2 cars, so pedestrians are forced into the grassy area, which is uneven and overgrown with grass. We pay our HOA dues to Bentwood Ranch. We are accustomed to getting in our cars and driving to use amenities like the pool and the playground. However, Bentwood Ranch has sidewalks throughout the neighborhood that allow people and their families to get out and walk without fear for their safety. We deserve the same here in the enclave at Riata Oaks. Town Creek is a hazard without sidewalks. The children who ride the bus have to sit in the overgrown grassy area in the mornings when they wait for the bus, which is unacceptable. Bottom line, our children and families deserve a space to walk and wait without fear for their safety. Please consider putting in sidewalks. Thank you, BJ Moyer, sorry if I said that wrong. Moerbe. I am Casey Meadows, 2075 Town Creek Road, writing in response to Agenda Item 13L to be read during Citizens to be Heard tonight, February 27th, 2024, at the council meeting. I am asking that sidewalks on Town Creek Road be strongly considered when Town Creek Road comes up for paving. A sidewalk on one side should also be considered. The sidewalks can easily be tied into Schlother Park and benefit the citywide trail system. Thank you for your consideration on this important discussion. Casey Meadows, 2075 Town Creek Road. We became aware that the city of Cibolo is planning to pave Town Creek Road during the year 2025. The plans do not include sidewalks. My wife and I have lived at 117 Watson Way, enclave at Riata Oaks in Cibolo since November 2008. Since that time, we have witnessed the constructions of several subdivisions in the vicinity of Town Creek Road. I can estimate that the traffic of vehicles has increased 4 to 5 times, especially in the morning hours of 6:30 to 9 a.m., as well as in the afternoon hours. Although the posted speed limit is 35 miles per hour, some drivers in the rush hours do not obey the signs. We, the senior citizens, as well as other citizens that walk through Town Creek, are at risk of having accidents because there are no sidewalks that connect Town Creek to Schlother Park, nor to connect the sidewalks at the Bentwood Ranch area. Adding sidewalks to Town Creek Road when paved is a safety issue. Please convey to all city council members, city manager, mayor, and anyone else involved in budgeting for paving the road to please include sidewalks. Thanks for attention to this request. Cordially, Saul and Ada Saul Gonzalez Torres, retired U.S. Army. I hope this email finds you doing well. My name is Lacey LaFoy, and I live off Town Creek Road in Cibolo. The reason for my email is that I am aware that on Tuesday, 27th of February, the discussion regarding pavement of Town Creek Road will take place, and with that discussion, I would like to ask that you please place on the agenda discussion of putting in sidewalks at the same time the road is paved. My husband and I walk regularly at least 3 to 4 times per week, and with us living off of Town Creek Road, my husband and I have no choice but to walk along the side of the now very busy Town Creek Road. We often walk our dog as well, and this, in all honesty, is very dangerous. Cars, even if going the speed limit, could easily veer off the road, which would mean that anyone walking could be accidentally hit, which would be a terrible tragedy. If this were to happen, it would be an even bigger tragedy because with the building of sidewalks, such accidents could easily be prevented. I am a firm believer that it is always better to be proactive rather than reactive, and I sincerely feel that the building of sidewalks along Town Creek would prevent a tragedy that could easily occur at any time. I know that many of my fellow neighbors also walk regularly, and they too are forced to walk on the side of Town Creek as it is the only way out of our neighborhood. Again, I respectfully ask that you please place on the agenda for tomorrow evening's discussion the item of building sidewalks along Town Creek Road. I, myself, will be unable to attend tomorrow's meeting as my mother fell last week and broke her hip, leg, and wrist. Likewise, I have to be in Houston to care for her. Please feel free to contact me via this email address or at my phone number listed below for any questions. I know without a doubt that we all want our citizens, friends, and neighbors to stay safe. Although we cannot prevent all tragedies, I know that together and with the building of sidewalks along Town Creek Road, we can prevent at least some. I thank you for your time, consideration, and action on this matter to keep our pedestrians safe. Sincerely, Lacey LaFoy. It has come to my attention that there will be a meeting 227 to discuss the paving of Town Creek Road. My husband and I have lived in the enclave at Rieta Park since 2008. At that time, the roads were quiet and so much has changed since then. I can't even imagine taking the time and money to pave the much-needed Town Creek Road and not consider adding sidewalks. Anyone that has walked on Town Creek understands the severity and the danger that we are putting people in on this road. There are so many families that live in this area and that walk down Town Creek in order to get to the walking paths that are available. You literally have to put your life in danger sometimes in order to make sure and hope that the people that are driving are watching for walkers, joggers, etc. This issue isn't going away. With the growth of our community, it's only going to get worse. It's best to do it now than to have to come back later on and do it. My husband and I will not be able to attend the meeting, but I wanted to share our strong feelings about this topic. Regards, Linda and Tim Sanderson, 213 Trevino Drive. We have been told there is a meeting on February 27th to discuss the paving of Town Creek Road. I am so glad to hear that it is in the works because of the condition of Town Creek Road, but I also understand that there is no mention of sidewalks in the plans. We will be out of town and unable to attend the meeting, so please accept this email as a plea for sidewalks on Town Creek Road between Old Green Valley / Cove Lane and Bentwood Pass. We live at 121 Goosen Way in the enclave at Rieta Oaks. My husband and I are retired, and daily or almost daily walking is a major part of our exercise routine. Many of our neighbors are also daily walkers. The traffic on Town Creek keeps increasing as it is now a pass route through for so many. It is getting more and more dangerous to walk either direction on Town Creek from our subdivision. We are desperate for a safer way to walk without walking through grass, holes, and sometimes mud while dodging cars and trucks to get to Schlother Park or other walking paths and sidewalks. I thought sidewalks for this stretch of Town Creek were being discussed 10 years ago, even before the Saratoga development was finished and the road shifted, so it is very disheartening to hear they are still not in the plans. The increase in traffic since then has been incredible, and sidewalks are now essential for our safety. Cibolo is growing and thriving. Please don't leave our area out of the improvements. Please, please, please add our voices to the discussion on February 27th to strongly encourage including sidewalks in the plans to improve Town Creek Road. We voiced our needs through voting for council members who expressed their commitment to better roads and sidewalks, and we want them to uphold their commitment. Nancy and Quick, 121 Goosen Way. Unfortunately, we are unable to attend tonight's meeting regarding sidewalks on Town Creek Road. We live at 106 Watson Way in the enclave of Rieta Oaks and Cibolo. Our vote is for sidewalks. When we first moved to Cibolo 15 years ago, we discovered walking along Town Creek Road could be a challenge, and there was very little traffic then. Many councilmen / women and mayors promised us sidewalks and even saw a plan that showed sidewalks. Once Saratoga was developed and people discovered that they could use Town Creek to cut off some traffic, it became dangerous. It is especially bad in the mornings when everyone is running late taking kids to the high school. It's extremely dangerous to walk on Town Creek Road. To be safe, you have to walk in the grass. This in itself poses some safety concerns. We personally stopped walking on Town Creek Road because of our safety concerns about 5 years ago. To us, this isn't just an oh well item for the city to vote yes on. In the short notice we had, we have done our best to educate neighbors about this meeting, and many have said they will attend, and others like us have plans that can't be changed. If there is anything we can do to convince the council to put sidewalks in, please let us know. For tonight's meeting, we emailed neighbors, sent an email to the Bentwood Ranch HOA Facebook page, and printed letters and put them on doors on close by streets. Sincerely, Deborah and James Porter, 106 Watson Way.
All 9 of them? Thank you, Valerie. Okay, and so I know the majority of the people here tonight came to ask for sidewalks on Town Creek Road. And so just wanted to give a factual statement based upon, where we've been and where we are today and where we're going. And so Councilman Benson, Councilman Hicks, and I serve on the CIP committee. And what that is an internal advisory committee, a subcommittee, if you will, that looks at all of the road improvements throughout the city of Cibolo and prioritizes those improvements. And we did have a list of, let's just call it the top 10 list, right, of roads that needed to be fixed here in Cibolo. And so that top 10 list was put together in about the 2019, 2020 timeframe. And so the number one item on that top 10 list, of course, was Cibolo Valley Drive. That's one of our 2 most traveled roads in the city of Cibolo. And so Cibolo Valley Drive was the first priority, and that road was completed within the past 12 to 18 months. And then we moved on to the next set of roads. And so we do have 3 roads under reconstruction right now. Those are Bolton Road, Lower Seguin Road, and Dean Road. And Dean Road is just a little bit north of Town Creek Road. And one thing we noticed when designing the repairs for Dean Road is that there's a rather old school design for a road where it's called the crowning, right? Where the highest part of the road is the crown. And so when it rains, when we deal with thunderstorms, the rain would disperse, because the highest point is at the middle of the road. The rainwater would disperse along to the sides of the road. And so what we decided to do with Dean Road, which is in a very similar situation to Town Creek Road, is to reconstruct the road, meaning dig it out and then put in the new base material, a new road surface, and then ultimately we're going to be putting striping, to delineate the lanes. And so that particular road wasn't a good candidate to have sidewalks or curbs, because when you do the curbs, what that does is it traps all the rainwater. And so if you have curbs, then that means you're also going to need to do the storm sewer system. And so what that does is it took let's just call it a $3 million project, and I'm not going to say double or triple, but it was substantially a lot more scope for a project like that. And so one thing that we do have on our plans, and the people in the audience here tonight may or may not know about these plans, but we do have a citywide trail system. And we did just purchase some land on the southwest corner of Warbler Woods Bird Sanctuary, which is located over at Dean Road and Old Wiederstein Road. And so the acreage that we purchased there is going to be used as the future trailhead for the citywide trail system. And so the aim there is to allow citizens to be able to park there in a parking lot that's owned by the city, and then be able to hop on the citywide trail system and go south from there. And they'll be able to go through the Friesenhahn property, through Fox Brook, through Turning Stone, and then on south from there through the land that was donated to us by the Schlatter family. And go down to Tolly. And we'll connect with Schlatter Park and then bounce across 1103 and connect to the HEB trail system. HEB donated a pond to us, and so the aim is for the trail system to go connect our citizens with the HEB pond where they can come bring their kids and do some fishing, and then it'll go behind downtown and ultimately terminate at the Cibolo YMCA. And so in our past few town hall meetings. I know we've had a map up here. Obviously, not everybody in Cibolo makes it to these town hall meetings, but I believe we do have a page on our website that details the citywide trail system. And so that is something that we think would be a good alternative for people to walk on. We know it's not safe for people to walk along Dean Road or other roads, in Cibolo. We want to encourage our citizens to walk on our citywide trail system. So with all that said, it doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to do sidewalks on Town Creek Road. It is something that we certainly will take under advisement, and it may be a good option here, But as far as Town Creek Road, like I said earlier, we do have 3 roads under reconstruction right now, and Town Creek is on deck. Town Creek, 2 sections of Green Valley, and was it Firebird Run and Silver? Okay, so it is among the next 3 or 4 roads that we will be working on after the 3 that we're working on right now finish up. We can't have all these roads in Cibolo under reconstruction at the same time. And so what we're going to be doing is putting those 3 road projects out for bids after we get towards the tail end of the 3 road projects that we're working on right now. And sidewalks will absolutely be something that we will take a look at and consider. And so I want to turn the mic over to Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens, and after that, Councilman Hicks has some words about the AAMPO.
I just wanted a point of privilege for just a moment and didn't want to take up any more of anyone's time, but thank you everyone for coming out and voicing your concerns. It is your lived experience on Town Creek Road that provides very invaluable information, from students literally waiting in the street for the school bus, you having to jump into the grass to stay off the road. And without your voice and without you coming forward and sharing that information, this is more than just a quality of life issue. It's definitely a safety issue. And I'd just like to thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to come forth. And we just have to give it up to Ms. Porter, because she emailed me and let me know that she got in touch with all of you. And I was just so surprised and so grateful that she would do that on everyone's behalf. So just thank you for your time.
To add to this, the AAMPO, I'm on the TAC board there, and they have alternative transportation. Instead of widening roads and adding roads, alternative transportation has to do with sidewalks, trail systems, bike systems. There was a $10 million left on the plate, basically, this last go around. So I will encourage our staff to see about putting in for it. It's grant money that we will have to fork up 20% of it to match it, but the rest of it would be paid out of federal funds. So I just want y'all to be aware of that, just because we do the road right now doesn't mean we won't put sidewalks in eventually, but it takes some time to get that. There is a call for projects in September, so I have encouraged them to get some estimates and start working that projects where we can add sidewalks in the, just like with downtown. And I'll tell you right now, the whole reason why I got up here, and Mr. Hetzel was sitting in this seat whenever I started coming, was for Borgfeld, and complaining about kids walking to and from school on that street and having to jump in the ditch. So I understand the safety aspect. That's why I'm up here. That and people walking up and down 1103 to go to Steele High School. So I understand. I hear y'all. I want y'all to know that it's a funding issue, and we will try to get the funds, and we will see about getting that taken care of. Thank y'all.
Yeah, and not to belabor the point, but just to make sure we hammer this home, what Councilman Hicks is saying is that the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is a body of elected officials that Councilman Hicks serves on, They do have buckets of money that are set aside by federal government programs and the whole Alamo area. And so bike lanes and sidewalks are very important to the current administration in charge within our federal government. And so a lot of these grants and buckets of money do end up going unused because nobody claims them. And so Councilman Hicks has done us a favor and spoken up saying, hey, we'll take it. So that's what he's working on right now, is to use some of that federal money to build sidewalks within Cibolo, including Main Street in downtown Cibolo and then on Town Creek. So thank you, sir. Well, I also wanted to thank everybody for coming out tonight. As Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens said, coming out here tonight to have your voices heard is very powerful. There's strength in numbers, and every single person who came out here tonight, your voices were heard loud and clear. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 7, the consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda.
I want to remove C, D, E, and G. Item C, item D, item E, and item G.
D, okay, I'm sorry, one more time. C, D, what?
E.
E.
And G.
C, D, E, G? Okay. All right, do I hear a motion for approval of items A, B, and F?
I'll make a motion to approve A, B, and F as written.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. The motion was made by Councilman Hicks, and the second was made by Councilman Roberts. I'm sorry. Yeah,
it was Roberts. Oh.
Okay, so we're going to do the electronic voting. Are we ready there, Peggy? Okay. Okay, we have 7 yays, no nays, and me abstaining. All right, so now on to 7B. This has to do with international codes, electric code.
C.
I'm sorry, C. Thank you. And then D. So let's just tackle those two. Those have to do with codes. So what questions are there?
For 7C, I take it everybody got the email from Mr. Reed. I would like to give direction to our attorney to move forward in looking over these and making the corrections that need to be made for 7C
C and D.
7D. That's fine, 7C.
Okay, so do we have, George, do we have the ability to decide whether or not we accept the codes, or do we, as far as the set that we accept, is it kind of a take it or leave it thing, or do we get to pick and choose?
The city has the ability to amend the, what I'll call standard codes that are internationally created to fit your community. And there are a number of those standards because it's supposed to apply to New York City as well as Cibolo.
Right.
So there are a lot of things that need to be tweaked and modified to meet the consistency with state law as well as with our local standards. And we would like, as your new city attorney, an opportunity to carefully go through those materials, which are very dense, to ensure that what you approve will be consistent and worthwhile for the, and nothing is accidentally approved that you didn't really understand or mean to.
Well, the reason why I bring this up is because they brought up Mr. Perry as our fire marshal, and now he's been removed from all of that. So I want to make sure that we're not breaking our charter by moving forward on this. I know that Mr. Benson, I don't know if you've got any words, Mr. Benson, but he tabled it over a month ago because of, he had concerns and I had concerns reading through this. I mean, this is, like he said, you know, we got that on a Friday, And then we've got 20, 30 pages, 50 pages of this to read through, so.
Okay. So same thing with D. So are you going to do a motion to
Well, I just gave it.
postpone these?
I would like to give direction, if anybody else wants to make a comment, but give direction directly to the attorney to go through and make those changes and bring it back to us.
So do we need to table C and D?
To postpone those for a later date, once
Okay.
we can approve them to form.
Then I make a motion to table 7C pending our attorney's review.
Got a motion and a second. Okay. So Benson seconded? Okay. All right, we're going to start the roll call voting with T.G. Benson.
No, we got this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, just do this fancy system we got here.
Yes.
Okay, so we got 7 yay, no nay.
I'd like to do the same with 7D, table until our attorney has the chance to review it.
Second, but I would like to make one comment on this particular document. I'm muted. Oh. You know, this is a month where there was a really nasty little piece of this legislation that has sat there and been unreviewed. I brought it every meeting and pulled it. I then had to send a 3 or 4 page email to get people to understand what I was saying. It is a little bit frustrating that it's taken this kind of Herculean effort to see obvious problems, some that were apparently missed by our prior attorneys. I'm a little bit frustrated with the genuine lack of interest of why people are holding things up. And I didn't come right out and tell everybody the first time because I wanted people to actually investigate and see if they saw what I saw. No one did. And we all got to get better at this. This was a disaster of a piece of legislation, and it frustrates me that it took this long to get this going. So I am excited that Mr. Hyde's decided to actually look at this, review it, make it applicable to Cibolo. And I hate to be the cranky old guy in District 1, but this is why I'm a cranky old guy in District 1.
Okay, so that's a second?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and enter your electronic votes. Okay, and on to number E. Yeah, he turned green. No, it shows green for me. 7 yay, no nay. So, Councilwoman Cunningham would like a discussion on 7E.
So 7E, the mayor and I met with the developer of Buffalo Crossing regarding their denial. They explained their position on it and explained why it's really important for safety that this particular plat gets approved. This is only for section of Knights Crossing that gives access to 2 pieces of their development. I can't remember, 2 plats, I guess, of their development without this section of road being approved. They only have 1 exit for, I believe it's about 400 homes. And then 1 exits onto Weidner Road. So for safety issues, this needs to be approved, as well as I believe it ties in a little bit of drainage as well. But that is what this particular plat is for. Sure.
This doesn't have anything to do with the other issues we've had there. This does
No.
not-
Those issues were also discussed, and the relationship with the city seems to be improving. It was a productive meeting, so I expect to see maybe some more feedback from the developer coming soon. But for this particular plat, after meeting with them, I see it as a safety issue that we should approve.
Do we have a motion on E?
Well, I pulled it for a reason. I wanted to discuss it, so please let me ask a couple of questions here, because I'm totally agree with you that it's a safety issue. I just want to make sure that I'm looking at this right. Those lots are going to be a lot smaller for those that are going to be along Knights Crossing, or the backyards are going to be smaller, I guess. It won't be so much the front, but is there going to be a problem or issue with us making those lots smaller? I'm agreeing with you that we have to have, all 86 needs to be on his property and not on the neighbor's property. I'm with you on that. I just want to make sure that I'm looking at this, seeing where they're cutting their plat, making the road all on theirs, that all of those houses,
They
they're going to
will-
have a lot smaller lots.
They will still need to meet the dimensional standards of the lots for that. And they are saying they are going to reduce the lot sizes. I mean, redesign them. Redesign them,
Okay,
but they will still be
that's
required.
because there should be so
Yes.
many square feet.
Their
per lot.
engineer attended that meeting as well and did indicate on her
Well, I just don't want to
up that
approve
she brought, they
something that
will
if-
be
okay.
within, they wouldn't be able to be approved without being the proper size.
I understand. I just wanted, because I'm sitting here looking at this.
Mr. Reed?
Yeah, Mr. Hicks, the plat before you tonight is just for the right-of-way for Knights Crossing, and you're referencing a future plat, which has not yet come before you. But Ms. Susanna Huerta answered it correctly. They have to meet all dimensional requirements for
Okay.
lots.
That's,
Do I hear a motion?
make a motion to approve 7E as written.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Electronic voting, please. The second was from Councilwoman Cunningham, Peg.
I made the motion, Katie seconded it. Okay, that's fine.
Seven, zero. Moving on to 7G, approval of the preliminary plat of Grace Valley Ranch, Phase 3, street extension.
All right, I asked to have this one removed because I know that we kind of have to, I mean, they're in our jurisdiction, but I want to make sure that we are talking with the county because I know that the county, we're the ones that approved the plat, but the county's the one that they denied their roads. But they're aware that they're extending this road. So I hope that we are talking with the county, making sure, and the reason why I pulled is I want to make sure that we keep informed to the county what's going on, what we approve and what we are platting.
Yes, since it is in the county, they will be reviewing the construction plans and the construction of the road.
I'll make a motion to approve 7G as written.
Got a motion and a second. Electronic voting, please. Moving on to 8, staff update. A, administration. Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just scroll down to that part. And I am also right now hitting send to you on what I am updating you on. So just reminding you that we have our 3rd annual strategic management workshop, March 16th. So I really appreciate how council for 2 years prior has taken the time to really look at the existing environment that we're operating in and chart a course for our future. And over these past 2 years, myself and your executive team have reported how we've accomplished the items that you have prioritized. So I'm excited for us to do that this coming March 16th for our 3rd annual review. The city fiber project, again, this is the connection of city facilities with fiber so that we have a more secure network. GVEC continues to make good progress on this. They will be working across the city, and there was, the last time I gave you an update, that most of the work was completed except for the Town Creek area because Public Works had to get in the right-of-way and get some necessary conduit installed underground. So I'm going to look at Tim Foose, who I did not prompt that what is the status of staff installing conduit underground on Town Creek for our GVEC hanging fiber?
So the only place we're installing conduit is inside Bella Rosa.
There you are.
And we are getting quotes from a boring company to bore underneath everybody's driveways, and the rest of that will be open trenched in by the city. So we have the materials. We're just waiting on another quote to make sure we're getting good pricing, and then we'll be ready to move that part forward. So the conduit will be in place. We need to obtain a very small easement in a backyard to go from a fence line over to a utility pole. We'll need to pull that off as well. So we are working towards getting that completed.
So thank you very much, Mr. Foose. The strategic grant partnership applications, the city received 4 applications, and it's our aim to present the applications for council's consideration, I believe at the March 26th council meeting. The request for proposals and qualifications, the modular office building, I reported to you last time that the animal services modular office building RFP went out and closed on February the 6th. We received 9 submissions. Staff has completed its evaluation of the submissions. We anticipate this being in front of council in March or the first meeting in April. Since our last meeting and earlier today, the Animal Services Portable Kennels RFP closed. We received 8 submissions. And so that will be coming to you very soon. So we're making good, steady progress for our existing animal services location to upgrade the office as well as to improve by adding more kennels. And again, we'll also be making improvements to the existing kennel structure later this year. But good progress. And you're going to see that both of those in front of you in the near future. The EDC Legal Services RFP closed on February the 15th. We received 6 submissions. We're reviewing those, and that'll go to the EDC, and then that will be in front of council for approval. No date yet on that. Let me talk about the CIP projects. On Hakerville Road, Town Creek Drainage, the project completions remain steady, and that's mid-May. But the roadway lanes will be complete in April, so they're going to be working on the sides of the roads through May, and that's what we've previously reported to you. The driveways and sidewalk on northbound side are installed. I do know that Mr. Black's driveway was installed, and per Julio Gomez, who was out there when it was installed, he seemed to be a very happy camper. So just want council to understand this was one of our most complicated projects, and we had to continue to remind our residents, we are listening and we will follow through on our commitments. And so that is going well. And again, installation of underground stormwater system is now on the southbound side. Dean Road, we expect per D&D construction, this project to be complete by mid-April. That's ahead of schedule, but right now that's their expected completion. Phase 1, what they're working on now, they've completed up to the flex base. They're going to apply a prime to the surface of the flex base, and we're going to open that up for traffic. On Bolton Road, we expect completion mid-April. That's ahead of schedule. So far, they've installed culverts at Zool Road. So many of you know that Zool Road is the future road to the interchange on I-10. So we are working around that intersection, which will be improved. They're currently working on the subgrade and expect the subgrade work to be substantially completed in about 2 weeks. Lower Seguin Road, we expect to start early May. And more information on Lower Seguin as we get closer to May, because that will be a phased project, a phased roadway improvement. Green Valley Road, 2 sections, Silver Wing, Firebird Lane, and Town Creek Road, which tonight you had many residents talking about Town Creek Road. So the city's engineer office has made significant progress on the design of these 5 roads. For example, Silver Wing and Green Valley Road number 1, which is a mill and overlay package, are 90% done. I've included in my update to you the limits of the 5 roads, so you can find that out so that you're more clear. But I also included in your update that I sent that you approved the design funding in FY24, $245,000. You put the construction dollars for these 5 other roads in future years. It was said accurately earlier tonight, Town Creek Road is in FY25, starting October 1 of 2024. Green Valley Road, both sections are in FY '26. Firebird Lane is FY '26 as well. Silver Wing is in FY '27. Julio Gomez will be in front of you at your next meeting, March 12th, with a capital improvement program update. And we will ask for your feedback before we get into the depths of your annual budget process. Is there any interest by council to accelerate the construction of some of these other roads? So Town Creek's already in FY '25. We'll be ready to kick that off in October. But you may want to think about, between now and March 12th, we have the debt capacity to put that debt that you would otherwise issued in '25 and '26 to move some of that up to FY '25. So just want to plant that seed now to be thinking about that.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it as a CIP, council, or subcommittee.
Yes.
We'll figure that out, okay? When's our next meeting for that? It's been a while.
Actually, I would like to schedule that for March 12th, and that'll precede then the presentation by Julio Gomez. And then with all of you talking about that, right, you go into a strategic management workshop March 16th. So we're in the throes of the annual budget process, and March is when we're going to be kicking that off.
Make sure the three of us get an invite.
Absolutely.
Remind me.
Thanks, Mr. Reed.
Lastly, City Hall furniture update. Want to inform you that we have a date certain for the delivery of the furniture. That's Monday, March 18th. That furniture will be in this room. We have no evening meetings in the council chamber for the week of March 18th. So it'll be a staging area for the entire week where the furniture's delivered put together, and then it is then uncrated, unboxed, and then moved into the offices where it needs to go. The Public Works Department will facilitate old furniture removal from the offices that are getting the new furniture. I do want to let you know that multiple desk sets that, as they are today, will be used by Animal Services in their temp upgrade office building. And once we know whether or not there's money left over in the $500,000 for the Animal Services facility, would we want to consider new furniture for Animal Services? So just want you to know that we're trying to repurpose old furniture as much as we can. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed, for that comprehensive, positive update. We're going to move on to 12G, which is the approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving the acquisition of a 22.683 acre tract of land in the City of Cibolo, Texas, described as Lot 1, Block 2 of the final subdivision plat establishing FM 1103 and Main Street Commercial, a subdivision in Guadalupe County, Texas, according to the map or plat thereof, recorded in the map and plat records of Guadalupe County, Texas, in Book Volume 8 on page 453 through 458, authorizing the city manager to execute all customary closing documents and to dispense public funds. Kelsey Lee, welcome.
I promise that's not the caption I provided. Mine was a lot shorter, but this is the legal one we needed. I would like to start off by recognizing that in the audience we do have Mr. Ben Scott with HEB, who was able to join us today for several of these items that we're going to be discussing. So the first item related to HEB that you will be considering tonight would be the conveyance of about 22 acres of land from the HEB property. This is located near the corner of FM 1103 and Main Street. This plat was recorded back in 2016. The particular lot is Lot 1, Block 22, and HEB has offered to transfer the title of that, which is located adjacent to the HEB store location, to the City of Cibolo for public use, specifically for public park and recreation. The city is interested in accepting this property to add it as an amenity to our growing park system. This initiative does help support the City Council strategic plan to help provide additional park and recreation amenities to our residents. Specifically, guiding principle number 4 of your strategic plan is quality of life and states that the City of Cibolo will strive to create and sustain safe and well-kept neighborhoods and parks while also providing recreational activities for all ages to create memorable experiences. So the intent of accepting this lot would be to continue the city's walking trail path and also to eventually help develop and improve that pond that's there for our residents. Within your packet, I won't go over all of them, but there are just a selection of action items and goals from your strategic plan that are supported through this initiative. I did also want to mention that there are some separate conversations going on with city staff and TxDOT just regarding some potential easements with their development of FM 1103. Those discussions, as it relates to this property, have been going very well, and preliminarily there's no issues or concerns that have come up with this potential transfer. The city attorney's office has reviewed the associated documents for this. I would like to point out that on page 2 of the actual deed, that there is a blank space for a date, and this would be the date by which the park improvements would need to be done by the city. Originally, that was considered to be December 31st of 2024. We have talked with Ben Scott, and HEB has agreed to extend that a couple months to be February 27th of 2025, so it would be a full year from tonight. So to allow the city additional buffer time to go ahead and construct those plans. That is my report, but are there any questions?
Okay, well, thank you so much, Kelsey. And I'm going to open it up to questions or discussion from our council members on an individual basis in just a moment. But if you don't mind, gentlemen, if you could please come on up to the podium, if you don't mind, and just state your name. I understand you're with HEB, right?
Yeah. Benjamin Scott with HEB, 646 South Flores, San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, well, Ben Scott, I just wanted to thank you and HEB on behalf of the city of Cibolo for being great partners with us. We really do appreciate the new Cibolo HEB. It's been a huge boom for our community here. I've heard nothing but great things about the new Cibolo HEB, and I feel that the things that you've gone above and beyond to help us with, including like the city logo and the little touches that over there on the corner of 1103 and Main Street, just shows that HEB looks at us as a true partner, and you've gone above and beyond. And I know that there's been some anxiousness, desire to get this plot of land transferred over to us. And so thank you for your patience with us. We do have our new attorney, Mr. George Hyde, who recently became our city attorney. So we wanted to make sure he had a chance to look everything over, and we're in complete agreement here and working with our city manager, Mr. Reed, to make sure that this makes the best sense. But we are very excited about this new pond and being able to have it as a destination upon our citywide trailhead for teens and grandfathers and everyone in between to come and do some fishing. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I'd like to echo your thoughts on partnership. I think this truly has been since nearly 10 years ago when we started this journey together. So I'd like to compliment staff on all their work and partnership with us along the journey. And to your point, we took a little more time at the finish line, but I think that was the right thing to do, including the TxDOT conversations. And I think we raised it that we were concerned that their work and we wanted to protect that pond because we've seen how valuable it is to folks. I had no idea there were that big of fish in this pond many years ago. But we're really glad that we worked together, figured out a way to do it, and this will be a great amenity to the city. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the spirit of partnership and your patience with us. It's going to be a great addition to our community for years to come. So that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to call folks one by one if anyone has any questions or comments before I call for a roll call vote, starting with Councilman Benson.
Yeah, I just have one question. How do we know that the last survivor, the now living descendants of King Charles III, haven't all passed away? What is that? Come on, man. I'm sorry.
I didn't write that either. I promise.
Plus, why bring him into it? Anyway, no, I don't have it. I'm sorry.
Councilman Roberts? Nope. Okay. Councilman Mahoney? Councilwoman?
Nope.
No, nothing, Katie? Okay. Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens?
I'm also good.
Councilman Hetzel? No. Councilman Hicks?
Of course.
That's why I saved the best for last, right?
There you go. I appreciate HEB, and I do appreciate the shipments that sold the property to y'all. Yes, my son used to go fishing there all the time with his buddies. It's a great place to go fishing. I mean, that's why they'd sneak back there and go fishing. But It's also going to be great because that's going to be the head of our AAMPO trail system that worked very hard to make sure we received, along with the 1103 extension down through there. So I'm pretty excited about this, turning it over to us where we can get that project started. I know that the MPO has been waiting to hear that we can move forward with it. So this is just that final signature that says, hey, we can move forward with our project plans because it was due for 2024. And I think this is a great project. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve 12G as written. Mayor?
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Everybody can complete their electronic voting. Okay, did you have something? Yes.
Yeah, we request that you approve it with the new date of February 27th.
I will amend my motion
2025.
to approve it with the finalization of the date as February
27th.
27th, 2025.
25?
Second.
2025.
Okay, so a year from now?
A year from now, yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, please electronic vote.
I guess with that, I got one more thing then. That's not going to conflict with our MPO project then, if it's going to, okay, thank you.
Okay, all the votes are in. 7 yay, no nay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so other than that one, we're going to move on to item 12I, and 12I is approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving Amendment 1 of a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement between the City of Cibolo, Texas, the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation, and HEB LP, effective March 17th, 2022, authorizing the city manager to execute Amendment Number 1. Kelsey Lee. Okay, pass it off.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm not Kelsey Lee. Alora Wackles. I'm going to be presenting this item. So before you is an amendment to, or a resolution to approve Amendment Number 1 to an existing Chapter 380 agreement that is currently with the City of Cibolo, the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation, and HEB. The original agreement in question was signed on March 17th, 2022, and it requires certain performance terms that HEB needs to fulfill, one of those being the completion of the EFC, their fulfillment center, and the conveyance of the land. So in the original agreement, the intent was that HEB would pay the City of Cibolo all required assessed impact fees due, and then the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation would reimburse HEB directly for those fees up to an amount of $450,000. During a review of the planning and building process, however, it was uncovered the impact fees had never been collected by the city from HEB. The first amendment before you, therefore, seeks to remedy that, and it reflects that instead of making a payment directly to HEB, the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation would make a payment to the city of Cibolo in an amount of $450,000. The First Amendment also establishes that the Cibolo EDC will not be obligated to pay that $450,000 until they open their Economic Fulfillment Center, which is currently anticipated in this calendar year. The Cibolo EDC Board of Directors approved the First Amendment during their June 15th, 2023 regular board meeting, and then we delayed this item to bring it with you as a package with the other HEB items. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
If no questions, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 12I as written.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. So the motion was made by Councilman Hicks. The second was made by Councilwoman Cunningham. So everybody can complete their electronic voting. The yays have it. 7 yays, no nays. All right, we're going to move on to 13B as in boy. And the topic of that agenda item is discussion action on the final acceptance of public infrastructure for HEB. Mr. Otto.
The HEB has petitioned for final acceptance of the public infrastructure. The HEB sits on 45.18 acres. The public improvements that they constructed included the widening of Main Street, an intersection or a traffic signal, regional trailhead, parking lot. The total value of public improvements is approximately $870,000. We did conduct a final walk and coming up with a punch list. HEB did address all items on the punch list. I verified that myself, and I am recommending acceptance of the infrastructure.
I'll make a motion to approve 13B as written.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Councilman Hicks, a second by Councilwoman Cunningham. Please conclude your automatic voting. Norma. Okay, we have 7 yeas and no nays. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming out tonight. Thank you very much for everything that HEB has done for the city of Cibolo. We're glad to have you as a strategic partner. Okay, so that concludes our HEB-related items tonight, and we are going to break into executive session. The City Council will convene an executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, Section 551.072, real property, and 551.087, economic development, to deliberate and seek legal advice regarding the following. A, any related infrastructure and real property necessary to improve streets, water, and sewer utilities, electric utilities, or gas utilities, drainage, and related site improvements for Tolly Road. Also B, Leg Rose
Mr. Mayor?
versus, yes.
B can be passed for this evening.
Okay, we will not
Thank
be
you.
discussing B. C, citywide enforcement options related to obtaining compliance with the city's Unified Development Code, zoning, subdivision rules, and public health and safety regulations. And that's it. The time is now 8:17 p.m. We will go into executive session.
Of course, you're coming back to Tolly Road. I'm not going back there without you guys.
That's why I'm sitting here.
There you go. Come on.
Mm-hmm. I don't either. Yeah. But we need to revisit it soon, though. Okay. The time is now 9:30 p.m. We're going to resume into regular session. No action taken on agenda item number 9. We're going to jump to agenda item number 13E.
E.
Yeah, I'm just giving her a second.
E.
Okay, 13E.
E is an elephant.
E is in Ernie, is discussion action concerning the preferred design for the Tolly Road improvements. Brian Huggins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this particular item has been before you a couple times over the last several months with different variations of what we could do out on Tolly Road. We've had several, 2 to be exact, town hall meetings with residents on Tolly Road. We had 5 initial options. We narrowed it down to 2. Option 1, which is a full reconstruction of Tolly Road with drainage improvements and wastewater line, and option 5, which was a basic mill and overlay with the wastewater line option as well. So what we're asking tonight is for you to give us some direction, which of these options that the City Council prefers, moving with the full reconstruction option 1 or the simple mill and overlay with the wastewater lines in option 5.
Thank you.
Well, with that, I'll make a motion with option 1 being moving forward, to make a motion to move forward with option number 1.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I got a motion and a second. We're going to move on to electronic voting. Motion was made by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilman Hetzel. Ayes have it. 7 yeas, no nays.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. And we're going to move on to item 11A, which is approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the City of Cibolo, Texas, adding section 74-186, control of non-residential private property entrances and exits, providing for regulation and enforcement, amending section 74-190, parking on non-residential private property parking areas, and providing regulation and enforcement. George Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before the council is a ordinance that our office prepared for your consideration and approval, which does 2 things. One is that it adds an additional regulation to section 74.186, and that regulation is one which restricts a private parking lot area owner from being able to close off a public entrance or exit without a permit from the city. That way, we have the ability to accommodate any congestion or other traffic flow issues which may result, and the related potential accidents and personal injury or and public safety issues if there is going to be a need for exit, because the whole design of that property that was approved on the site plan was to have those exits and entrances to accommodate the anticipated vehicular traffic. Number 2 is a response to some public concerns with regards to the use of private parking lot areas in a manner which is inconsistent with the property owner's desires. And what this, the changes to section 74.190 prohibits the use of a property, a private parking area, in contrary to the posted limitations that the private property owner has placed on the property. And under Chapter 601 of the Texas Local Government Code, there's actually a specific provision, and I'll read it to you, because I know that this was a matter that preceded my appointment. Chapter 601.001, parking on private property. A municipality by ordinance may regulate the parking or motor vehicles on private property and may enforce the ordinance in the same manner that it enforces ordinances regulating parking in public no parking zones, including the impoundment of offending vehicles. In some cases, we have had complaints that private property owners have confronted individuals that were using their property against their wishes, and that had resulted in rude behavior and how should we say it? Circumstances that might breach the peace, if that's the best way to describe it. And so by adopting this ordinance, it provides your law enforcement personnel the ability to enforce it by Class C misdemeanor. And that Class C misdemeanor in both of these cases were set up so that in the event that somebody blocks traffic, entrances or exits, they may be punished for a fine of at least $100 and cannot exceed $500. And each occurrence in violation of the ordinance shall constitute a separate offense, and the minimum fine shall increase by $100 for each subsequent violation, up to the $500 maximum. In connection with the private property use in violation of the property owner's signage, we have a $250 minimum fine with a maximum of $500, with the fine increasing $100 until it reaches the maximum of $500 for every subsequent offense, as well as because in certain instances we've had property owners that were conducting business where the amount of unauthorized use of the parking lots actually prevented their businesses from operating because there was no place for their customers to park. And so in that case, I also added to section 74.190 that a restitution provision, so that in the event that the complainant seeks restitution for interference with their ability to use their property, that there would be a restitution owed, which is presumed to be $150, unless the complainant can make a showing of additional injury warranting a greater amount up to the $500 maximum. And so that way, we hope that this will be a means by which not to be as heavy-handed as what criminal trespass does, which is a Class B misdemeanor, has a maximum fine of $2,000 and can actually have you put in county jail for 6 months. And so that seems a little heavy-handed. This provides a clear support to our private property owners that have public parking areas so that we can avoid any types of disturbances. Also, the distinction between a Class B misdemeanor and a Class C misdemeanor changes whether the punishment can be incarceration. And so this only becomes a fine-only offense under the proposed ordinance, which also means that police officers who go to enforce these rules, once the ordinance is passed and published, can do so without the necessity of having to make an in-custody arrest and then transport that prisoner to Seguin, to the county jail, and be tied up for several hours in order to process that Class B misdemeanor. Instead, they can write them a ticket, they'll have their day in court, and they can continue to operate and protect your city here. And so with that basis, we ask that 11A be approved as presented, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, well, we're going to open up the discussion. I'm going to allow each council member one opportunity to speak or ask questions. We're going to start with Councilman Hicks.
Okay, I'm all for this. But the way I look at it is, I know that we had to go to this extreme. I wish we hadn't have. But every business that comes in, they've got to have so many parking spaces allotted to them. So when they do that, and then you've got all the spaces allotted to them filled, and then they're just parking behind other cars because they know that they're waiting for their kids as well. You're right, this has to be in place for that, but this shouldn't have gone this far along without us having to have done something, because each business has so many allotted parking spaces that they have to make sure that they have for their business to open. So I appreciate you going through this and doing this for us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Hetzel? Nothing? Okay. Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens?
I'm all for this too, and I do regret that it's gotten to this point. However, I can't help but think about the parents that are going to be displaced from this particular area, and that might cause a further situation later. I'm curious if we as a city have spoken with the new superintendent and working something out. So it's good to have an alternative in place. It's great to have an ordinance also to say, well, there's this other area you could go to, but to not have another alternative, I think is also really harsh. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Reed, if you can share anything.
So when we're talking about Rodeo Way and the small commercial center that's across the street from Steele High School, these parents have a very viable and reasonable and very accessible alternative, and that is go on campus. So out of more than 2,000 students at Steele High School, I don't know the student population, but it is a 5A high school. The high school sends out regular communication as to where to drop off and pick up their children. We have a very small collection of parents that elect to tell their children, I'm not going to meet you on campus. You're going to walk across the campus, across 1103, and I'm going to be sitting in this private parking lot. So this law allows us to now change behavior. And there is plenty of locations on that campus for parents to park, pick up their children, and leave.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Councilwoman Cunningham? No. Okay, no comments? Okay. Councilman Mahoney?
No, I'll just say I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Councilman Roberts?
I'd just like to echo Mr. Reed's sentiments there. And I think we've worked with the parents for quite a long time here to find a viable solution, and nobody's chosen that path. There's plenty of in and out at Steele High School for you to get your kids, and these folks have paid a whole lot of money to build their businesses and to have a client base, and they need those parking places, and it's the least we can do as a city.
Thank you, sir. Councilman
Correct.
Benson?
I don't think there's anything new to say other than I'm grateful that you took a look at this. I've been in contact with the property developer, and she's been frustrated. She's done everything she can possibly do, and I think this adds a really good opportunity to enforce the law and make the law enforceable so that we can actually help people to do the right thing. I think nobody wants to sit in a pickup line at school, but they have buses. They have, I don't know. There's other opportunities, but quite honestly, parking in somebody's private parking space and destroying their business, which pays the taxes for the school, doesn't really make much sense.
Thank you. And I'm going to make my closing remarks, and then I'll call for a motion on this item. And as far as your question, Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens, I did send an email to the outgoing superintendent before he left his post. I do not know whether or not he sent it along to our new superintendent. I did not receive a reply from him. And so I did make an effort to get the superintendent brought into the discussion here. As far as the parents, this should never have been an option. The protocol is for the parents to drive their children into the Steele parking lot and drop them off near the front door and then drive out. And then, just because it's inconvenient for certain parents doesn't necessarily mean that our businesses should suffer. It never should have been discussed as an option. And as far as the spots are concerned, I know I've seen a lot of private property parking lots where they'll have a little sign saying, these two spots are for supercuts or whatever. And so that might be an option for the tenants that rent the commercial real estate to come up with a plan to put their logo or whatever, on certain spots, in order to make sure it's fair. Where, I don't know if there's 16 spots, if there's enough for each of them to get 4 or whatever, but that should be something they should be able to figure out among themselves, right?
Sure.
So,
One thing I wanted to point out that all the property owner now needs to do is affix a sign at the entrances to the property that identifies or visible at the entrance that identifies whatever restriction there is. And I know that the city council has been thinking about issues with regard to truck parking overnight. This law would actually allow any private property owner to put no overnight parking signs up. And then if any vehicle is parked in there in the middle of the night, it would be in violation of this ordinance, and your law enforcement officials could go forward up to and including having the vehicle removed by tow truck.
okay, thank you. And Mr. Hyde, could you please contact the owner of this commercial real estate property and inform them about this new ordinance and give them the information about that sign?
I'll be happy to.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve 11A as written and as explained by our attorney, Mr. Hyde.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion made by Councilman Hicks, and a second by Councilman Benson. We're going to do our electronic voting. Katie stepped out for a second. We have enough to pass, so we can move on here with a.
Who'd abstain?
She's absent. But she's just absent for this
So
vote.
she's abstained.
Abstain. We can't move on unless she votes.
Hit abstain on her.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. It has the same effect.
Okay. All right, we're good. We're gonna.
Yep.
Okay, so 6-0. All right. We're gonna move on to 12F.
12F.
Yes, 12F, approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving and directing the city attorney to represent the City of Cibolo, Texas as an intervening co-plaintiff, joining 15 other cities as plaintiff in City of Grand Prairie et al. Versus the State of Texas, pending in the 261st Judicial District of Travis County, Texas, challenging Senate Bill 2038 as invalid, unconstitutional, and void. George Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On October 25th of 2023, the City of Grand Prairie filed a lawsuit in Travis County to have Senate Bill 2038 declared unconstitutional and void. Senate Bill 2038 is a new law that came into effect on September 1st of 2023 that generally authorizes the residents of a city's extraterritorial jurisdiction to petition to remove themselves out of the ETJ under certain circumstances. The plaintiffs in the case, the cities, argue that the law as written violates the separation of powers doctrine in the Texas Constitution by delegating legislative decisions and power to private property owners, violates the due course of law for unconstitutionally vague provisions, and also provides lack of notice and opportunity for due process for property owners to be heard at the time that it was created. It further conflicts with existing state law requiring city council consent for the reduction of its size of an ETJ. And for those reasons, we recommend that the city council, and that it is similarly situated to the other cities that are currently at suit, where your ETJ is at risk, that you intervene and join the cities of Anna, Auburn, Brownsville, Bulverde, Clyde, Crandall, Denison, Denton, Grand Prairie, Hutto, Kaufman, Lockhart, McKinney, Navasota, and Van Alstine as plaintiffs in this case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. And I'm going to open up the discussion with my, just a quick remark that I 100% support this resolution and joining into this lawsuit. I think this is very helpful to protect our ETJ. We're going to open up discussion starting with Councilman Benson.
You're joining the suit. What does that entail financially for us?
Is it $5,000?
I anticipate that it would cost no more than $5,000 to litigate this case through the district court. Because there are 21 other parties that are involved, the amount of briefing and so forth would be minimal in that other parties, we do it together as a collaborative joint defense or joint plaintiff's verdict. In the resolution, I've identified that we would charge $160 per hour for our work associated with the project, which is the amount shown originally in our allocation of fees from when we were engaged at the lowest rate that we provided in our original selection. But at any time that this would go over $5,000, I would first come back to the city council and you will be updated continuously with regard to our success. I've also been in touch with the city of Grand Prairie, and they've already provided me with materials that will make our intervention very quick with regards to the amount of time it'll take for us to get involved.
Does that satisfy your question, Councilman Benson? Okay. Councilman Roberts? Any questions? Okay. Councilman Mahoney? Okay. Councilwoman? Okay. Sanchez-Stevens?
Pass.
You good? Okay.
Well, Mr.
Councilman
Benson
Nix?
asked my question, which was, what is our financial cost to this? So I'm good with that, and I'll make a motion to approve 12F as written.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote electronically. Seven yay, 0 nay. We're going to move on to agenda item number 12H, which reads, approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City of Cibolo, Texas, appointing an affiliated entities confidentiality agreement between the City of Cibolo, Texas, as the authorizing unit of the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation and the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation as the constituted authority or instrumentality of the City of Cibolo, Texas, and other representatives. George Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that we discussed in executive session. The attorney-client privilege and other confidentiality requirements that are typically imposed in economic development projects typically demand that the information that is shared for purposes of the project remain confidential. Because all economic development programs and projects that the Economic Development Corporation do have to be approved by the City Council. The City Council and the Economic Development Corporation Board and its attorneys will participate and cooperate and collaborate with regards to finding the best form and strategy and provisions to protect both the entities. In order to maintain the attorney-client privilege, the common law in Texas, the rulings that have come up before have identified that if there is some evidence of an expectation of confidentiality, that is conclusive with regards to maintaining the privilege of attorney-client privilege and the other confidentiality provisions. And that's what this agreement does, is this agreement would be approved by you, then I will present it to the Economic Development Corporation for their approval, and then it will stand for that documentation of an expectation of confidentiality to maintain the attorney-client privilege by and between the attorneys providing you legal advice as well as the Economic Development Corporation legal advice.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any opening remarks, so I'm going to open up the floor and start with Councilman Hicks, if you have any questions.
So this would give us the ability to know what's going on in their executive session or
So under Chapter 501073B, all of their records and all of their financial information is statutorily already available to the city council as the authorizing unit, those special fancy lawyer words that we took out of the statutes. Because they're essentially being an instrumentality of the organization.
an extension of us.
It's an extension, right? It's almost like a wholly owned subsidiary, but because they are a nonprofit corporation with special 501 powers under the local government code, they are a distinct jural entity. And so this is what kind of is the glue for purposes of confidential discussions between the two entities so that we can discuss those items and keep them confidential.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Hetzel? Okay. Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens?
Pass.
Oh. Councilwoman Cunningham? Anything? Councilman Mahoney? Roberts? Benson? Okay. Calling for a motion.
Make a motion we approve 12H as written.
Got a motion and a second. Please, electronic vote. Okay, and we're going to ask that we, so 7 yay, no nay.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. All right, so 10 is done. I'm going to ask that we pick up the pace a little bit. We're nearing 10 p.m. We have not a ton of more agenda items, but at least the ones that require a vote. Let's see if we can pick up the pace on these next few. 12A, approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cibolo, Texas, authorizing participation in the Equalis Group Cooperative Purchasing Program and authorizing the city manager to execute the Master Intergovernmental Cooperative Purchasing Agreement. Ms. Miranda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The resolution being considered tonight is to authorize our participation in Equalis Group Cooperative Purchasing Program. Equalis Group is a purchasing organization that provides contracts competitively solicited by public agency, which enables us to quickly acquire those products that have already been competitively procured in accordance with state law. There is no fee for participation. We ask that Council approve the resolution to participate.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve 12A.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please electronic vote for 12A. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to 12B, approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor for the First Responder Support Team FRST project and designating an authorized official. Ms. Miranda.
Yes, the next four resolutions will sound similar. They are a required part of the city's grant application packages to the Office of the Governor, and it authorizes our submission to the grants and designates the official official to administer the grant. The first one is a grant application for the First Responder Mental Health Program for fiscal year 25. And the purpose of the program is to provide services and assistance directly to peace officers and first responders to address direct and indirect trauma that occurs in the course of their normal duties. The proposed project budget of $434,000 requires a 20% match by the city, which can be met by in-kind services as well as cash match. We are requesting $347,000 from the grant, estimating $42,000 in-kind services from partners with the city that will be providing services at a discounted price, and $46,000 cash match coming from the city's budget. We ask that Council authorize this resolution to submit as part of that grant application.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 12B as written.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please electronic vote. Okay, moving on. There was 7 yea, 0 nay. 12C, approval disapproval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor for the Special Tactical Operations Project, STOP, and designating an authorized official, Ms. Miranda.
Yes. This is similar to the last one. The purpose of this program is to support efforts to prevent terrorism and targeted violence and prepare for the threats and hazards that pose the greatest risk to the security of officers and citizens. The proposed project budget is $95,595, and it's for equipment that enhances security of officers and citizens. Again, we ask that council approve this resolution.
Call for motion.
Make a motion to approve 12C as written.
Got a motion by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilwoman Cunningham. Please electronic vote. Yeas have it, 7 yeas, 0 nay. Moving on to 12D, approval disapproval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor for the Victims Liaison Coordinator Program and designating an authorized official, Ms. Miranda.
Yes, sir. The Victims Liaison Coordinator Program is to provide services and assistance directly to victims of crime to speed their recovery and aid them through the criminal justice process. The proposed project budget is $64,428.75, with a 20% match coming from the city, which would be $12,885.75. We ask council to approve this resolution.
I'm going to open this one up for questions, starting with Councilman Hicks.
A quick question. Since we already have this position occupied, will this help recoup financing that project? I mean, financing the individual that's in that current position?
The current grant that we have does reimburse the city for the salary expenses of that position, and that grant may be extended for an additional year. This grant supports additional costs related to the
like
program.
the car, yeah, I've got that written down, vehicle and okay.
In addition to the reimbursement we're already receiving for salaries.
Going down the road, does anyone have any other questions?
I noticed here that it says that the assistant goes directly to victims of crime. How does that work? Like, how do they receive the funds, or?
The victims don't typically receive the funding, but they receive assistance from the coordinator. So she meets with them and offers assistance and makes sure that she, I say she, but it could be he or she, puts them in contact with the right organizations to help.
Yeah, and I think, Chief Andrews, just for the record, this will also help us. We oftentimes are trying to get our victims assistance through the Crime Victim Compensation Fund. But additionally, what it helps us to do too is to provide additional training to victims and helping the victims in moving them from dangerous situations. Additionally, it's going to allow us to get a software for our victims coordinator because she currently doesn't have an RMS system that we hire in. So she will be able to communicate with other victim advocates in the area and being able to put information in there, which will tie those victims county-wide together so we better understand the services they got, and victims who have, if they're victimized in Cibolo and other cities, the system will speak to each other.
Thank you for clarifying.
Any other questions?
Make a motion
Hold on,
to
I want to make
approve.
a statement
Yes, sir.
To close this one out. You know, I think it would be appropriate, and I don't know what degree of flexibility we have here to compensate these victims when they are a victim of a crime. I'll just give you an example, right? My son, his car was stolen last year out of the city of San Antonio, right? Not in Cibolo, but in San Antonio. So he had to pay several $100s to get it out of the impound lot. And then, of course, he had to pay his deductible to his insurance company. And so is there any sort of mechanism for us to take the fines? Let's just say the guy was caught, right? And then, he ends up going to court and has to pay, let's just call it a $5,000 fine to the court. Is there any way to divert part of that money to the victim so that way they can be reimbursed for getting their car out of the impound lot for the insurance deductible that they had to pay?
So grants often have very specific requirements that you have to follow, and a lot of times grants that are specific for services like this do not allow direct compensation to
Victims.
clients. And it's not that they don't want to help, they're providing the service in order to help. For example, you cannot provide cash directly to clients for 99.9% of grants. You cannot provide gift cards directly to clients in 99.9% of grants. So when you apply for a grant, you have to operate within the RFP and within the scope of the grant. You cannot operate outside of that. So while those things are great, we are limited in what we can do based on the funding, where the funding comes from.
Mr. Mayor?
Did you have something, George?
Yeah, just the Code of Criminal Procedure provides restitution provisions. And so if you contact the prosecutor in the district attorney's office and inform them of your damages and that you would like to have restitution included in whatever verdict is issued, then that is the way that you can go.
Right.
Get those monies back.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. Okay, I'm going to call for motion.
Make a motion to approve 12D is written.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Please electronic vote. Seven yay, 0 nay. Going to move on to 12E, approval, disapproval. That's not what I did, is it? Okay, approval, disapproval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cibolo, Texas, approving submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor for the Public Safety Project and designating an authorized official.
Yes, sir. The purpose of this program is to promote public safety, reduce crime, and improve criminal justice system. The proposed project budget is $69,351.13, and no match is required on this one. We ask council to approve the resolution.
Make a motion to approve 12E.
Second.
Please electronic vote.
Thank you very much.
All right, on to 13A, discussion action on the final plat for Venado Crossing, Unit 5. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, this is Venado Crossing Unit 5. The owner is HDC Venado Crossing LLC, represented by Wayne Flores of Collier's Engineers. The area is 18.62 acres, located south of FM 78 and west of Meadowview Estates in Council District 7. It has a planned unit development. The proposed use is single-family residential with 42 residential lots and 6 drainage easement lots. The utility providers are water by GVSUD, sewer by City of Cibolo, and electricity by GVEC. It is the 5th unit of Venado Crossing subdivision, adjacent to Unit 4 and just south of Unit 2. It establishes 42 lots that are typically 65 feet in width. PUD was approved for this development in 2014 and a land study and a PIA in 2017. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial by a 6-0 vote due to pending comments, which have now been resolved. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this final plat.
I'm going to open up discussion with Councilman Benson. No questions? All right, Councilman Roberts. Mahoney? None for you? Okay, Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens?
None.
Councilman Netzel? Councilman Hicks?
When we did this PUD years ago, myself and Mr. Benson was on P&Z. I thought there was a trigger for commercial on these properties. Do we have that in that PIA, or did that never get in the PIA, kind of like the lift station?
I don't have a copy of the PIA with me. I would need to check to see when that trigger was. Not sure.
Did you want to table this for research?
If we could.
Okay, make the motion.
I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
13A.
Mr. Mayor, before you call a vote on that item, because of the 30-day shot clock, there may be special circumstances for you to move forward on this item tonight rather than to postpone it.
So it will
And
become approved by as a matter of law if we don't approve it tonight? No time for research? We can meet again in what, 19 days?
It was approved on February 14th, and so I believe if we had the March 12th agenda, that would still be within the 30-day requirement.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I got a motion by Councilman Hicks, a second by Councilman Benson.
I don't have time tonight to do that.
Okay, we got a motion on the table. Please electronic vote. The motion is to table. Seven yay, 0 nay, 13A tabled. Moving on to 13C, discussion action on a contract of the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation with Colliers Engineering and Design for $29,600 to conduct a market assessment fiscal impact model of 590 West FM 78. Kelsey Lee.
Hello again. So yes, this is coming before the City Council. As you're aware, a lot of discussion has been going on on a potential land exchange or development of property owned by the EDC and with Nimitz Park in the city of Cibolo. And so through discussions previously and up until now, a lot of it has been more conceptual in nature. What this would be doing after that letter of intent has been signed now is taking a deeper dive into looking specifically at what that location could support, what type of development would actually make sense there. Specifically around a hotel is the primary driver for that development. And so the EDC did direct staff to go out and get different quotes and look at bringing in a consultant who could do that evaluation on that property. At their February 15th meeting, they did make a recommendation to enter into an agreement with Colliers, which is our city engineering firm, primarily because they have been involved in this process for a while now, so they're very familiar with it and what the intent of the community and the city council and the EDC is. Within the packet is their proposal, essentially breaking it down into two components. One would be a market analysis that would include an analysis of that site location, a review of the area, looking at what the market currently is, a recommendation on what type of facilities could do well on that site, partnering on an actual hotel report, and then looking at phasing. And then a second component would be the actual planning services of taking that data and then putting it in an actual concept based on that real market demand and providing renderings that could then continue to provide real numbers behind those future discussions that the EDC and council might be having. I do have obviously Chris Otto with Colliers, our city engineer here, if there are any specific questions with the proposal as well.
Okay, so Mrs. Lee, this item was approved by our Economic Development Corporation and it will be paid for out of their budget?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I got a question.
What's your question?
I thought, just from the discussions that we had several on the EDC that said that we've got a hotel. Now all of a sudden we're needing to spend $30,000 to do research to see if it's viable for a hotel. So I'm kind of confused on the fact that if we had people saying that we've got somebody on the hook basically that would like to come in and put a hotel now, we're asking, and I know it's their money, but it's a citizen's money ultimately. We're going to spend $30,000 to do a study.
And to that, so I would say, as far as we have had discussions, even with staff recently with a hotelier, And part of this is what they do expect to when they're looking at a site is to look at work that's been done on showing that there is the demand, because just saying that there is demand for a hotel doesn't tell you what type of hotel, as far as the level of service that would be there, the number of rooms that would be there. So that would be part of what this analysis would look at. And then also a further step could be actually coming up with the pro forma, which is something that's usually requested from the hotel users as well.
Yeah, and we don't have a hotel right now, and obviously I think the more data that we have to help our EDC attract a hotel, the better, for us to be able to have that type of data that's necessary for the decision makers that are going to invest millions of dollars in a hotel. The type of data that would be helpful would help move that closer to a reality than where we're at today.
Yes, it could. And part of this analysis too, and talking with their team, would be to look at, again, obviously the hope and intent would be to have a hotel anchor there, but if they do the analysis and it determines that's maybe not the best use, and maybe it is better to have more retail or entertainment, that's also part of the recommendation that would come back with this.
Right. Do I have a motion? Call for motion.
I make a motion to approve 13C.
Second.
Got a motion made by Councilwoman Cunningham, seconded by, was it Mahoney? Okay. All right. So Councilman Mahoney seconded the motion. Electronic vote, please, on 13C. Three yeas, 4 nays.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. This is, I'll just. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to 13D, discussion action concerning accepting a donation on loan for a historic Surrey, 2-seater horse-drawn buggy from the Hines family for the preservation of Cibolo's old town character. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is an item coming back to you. So you'll remember that in June of 2023, Mr. Terry Hines, who is sitting in the audience tonight, participated in a presentation to you about the Hines family having an interest in donating or putting on loan, if you will, their historic Surrey. A Surrey is a buggy, but there's a distinction. It has 2 seats. A buggy only has 1 seat. So when I say Surrey, you can think of it as a buggy. But they have this Surrey, which in my staff report from June 27, 2023, I provided the history behind that. There's an interesting history to this Surrey. The conversation led council to direct staff to take this to the historical committee to discuss how it could be displayed, how to tell the story of the Surrey, and so on, to understand, is this something that we would want to entertain as a loan or a donation? Also, there was a suggestion to have the Parks Commission consider the use of Tolly Park and the existing house and garage to store and display the Surrey. The city's historical committee had trouble having a quorum, so for several months we were not able to get to them. They did finally meet in late 2023, and based upon their understanding of the facts, and based on existing city facilities, the need and cost to repair the Surrey, and other factors, the historical committee recommends the city pass on the loan of the Surrey at this time. The historical committee expressed concern that the city currently lacks an adequate air-conditioned space to display the Surrey, and the cost to repair the Surrey is unknown. They felt that the most appropriate location for the display area would be the Old Town area, given it represents the historic character of the city. So I'm back to ask, what would you like us to do? The Historical Committee has given you its recommendation. Ms. Simics and I sat down with Mr. Hines to explain what the recommendation of the Historical Committee was, and he understands that it's really ultimately up to you, but he understands why the Historical Committee made its recommendation the way it is. And if the mayor or council wanted any comment from Mr. Hines, he is here, and he could make a comment if there's a need for that.
Yes, Mr. Hines, would you like to make a statement? Come to the podium.
Anytime I get an opportunity to make a statement in public, jump at it. So I understand the concerns the Historical Committee has with this. And so just kind of reiterate, for this type of buggy, a monetary value like it sits, $1,000-ish, but this is the only buggy that has this history. No other buggy in the world has this history pertinent to Cibolo. We don't have an issue hanging on to it. If you have a true interest in these types of artifacts and working out some sort of way to create whatever it is, call it a visitor center, an activity center, a museum, spot museums, or whatever you want to call it, some sort of place to keep this, these types of artifacts. We have the buggy, the Surrey at home, and it's pretty intact. It's just a matter of taste if anything needs to be done as far as repairs to the Surrey. Really, there is no repair. There are no repairs to be made unless you want to make it an active mode of transportation. We have a barn that we have the Surrey in right now, but it's subject to some weather. Not a lot of weather, but yes, fogs and those sorts of things can get on it. We can still preserve it for some time. I know that this is an out of budget item that we're talking about, but it's, like we say in the old country, it's a really cool thing to have. And we want to share it with everybody. Just looking for your feedback on this. We don't have an issue just hanging on to it. Are there plans? I have plans up here for certain facilities within the city of Cibolo as we continue to grow. And this would be a great artifact to include in that, but it's not my place to start designating facilities right now for other uses.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hines. We do recognize that this buggy is an important piece of Cibolo folklore, history, and culture. I've heard the story about the buggy, and it's a fascinating story, and I do think it does belong to be, somewhere and to be preserved as an artifact for our city and our history. At least my personal concern is where to store it right now. I don't think we have a place right now to store it within the city, at least within these city-owned buildings. But that's my opening remark, and that's just the only thing I can think of right now as far as
two seats, there's plenty of room. Mr. Reed could put his computer on the front seat. He could work out of the back seat.
I don't know.
Do you have any horses at home, Mr. Reed?
Clear out these seats here.
Local vehicles.
Yeah, we'll just put a buggy and move all these seats out of the way, and people can just sit on the buggy for our council meetings. But so I'm going to open it up to discussion. We are running short on time. We do have two more items that we do need to.
I don't want to drag this out. I don't want to belabor the point. I'm just saying it's really almost complete. We even have the leather roof to it. It has some age to it. We all have some cracks as we age, but it's just practically complete. So it's just really, really, really cool. We just wanted to extend that offer to our community to come down to downtown Cibolo. Another reason to stop in downtown and go, wow, cool.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is a very important artifact. And so let's see, we have 6 minutes and we got two more items we need to vote on. So if we
I know a
maybe have
small
some
little
really
place
brief
next to Catalano's,
discussion.
open lot there that you could probably.
Well, if somebody could fund our cover and some sort of conditioned space, then
Okay.
And along with that, we have the other artifacts that would be appropriate to.
Any other comments? Okay. Let me
I
go.
just- I just want to say that I've spoken with some really motivated people who have applied to be on the historic committee, and they have a lot of really great ideas for Cibolo. So I'd ask for you just to be patient with us. I think we've expressed previously that we are interested in it. We just don't have anywhere to put it right now. So we're getting there. So if you wouldn't mind being patient with us as we try to figure that out, I think this would be a great project for our historic committee, possibly even youth council. So it's,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's not,
absolutely, yeah.
it's not,
I'd keep a tarp over it and keep most of the weather off of it, though,
Yes.
for some time, so.
thank you.
But you're interested.
Yes, we are definitely interested. We just don't know where to put it. Until we figure that out, if you could hang on to it for us.
Well, you're one car short, so we can put it in your garage.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hines. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you for the gesture. All right, do we have a motion on 13D?
I make a motion to table this item until we have a space available.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Motion was by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Councilman Hicks. Electronic vote, please. And the motion is to table 7-0. Okay, so moving along at a rapid pace, we're going to get to 13F, discussion action on Cibolo Valley Drive study and Borgfield signal timing. Councilman Benson, we have 4 minutes to get to this item plus one more. I think what you're asking for is the timing to be adjusted on that.
I actually do need the traffic study. Pete Terry's is going in, I don't think,
And I can email that TIA to you. I did have Chris Otto stay with us tonight because he can also just comment, although we could do that after 10:30, about how Colliers would go about the traffic signal timing, which is distinct and separate from a TIA.
So we don't need to vote whether or not you're going to email him a TIA,
No, no.
right? Okay, that can be done outside of the council meeting.
it is becoming a wall of cars in the suicide lane between Warrenfeld and past the second Walmart, past the road by the Wells Fargo. It's just a wall of traffic.
Okay.
We've got to do better.
Okay, so
So absolutely, I'll email the TIA, and again, if you want,
All right.
after 10:30, Chris can speak to
Okay.
the
So
an analysis.
no need for a vote on this one then, right? Okay, we'll move on. 13H, discussion action on escrow money collected from all sources and distribution of sidewalks funds to owners. Councilman Benson.
So we talked about this today in our ordinance meeting. I got an email a while back, thanks to Mr. Armando, who said that there's some $31,000 in escrow for leaving up the whole sidewalk. Yep. Some of that's all over the place. I don't know which ones are necessarily applicable, but we need to kind of look at what this is doing. And I guess I talked to this one here from, maybe it's small. Anyway, there's some money sticking around from that escrow that we either need to build sidewalks or we need to decide whether or not sidewalks go there. Because I just don't like sitting. Some of this goes back to 2018. So I don't know what it's at. Turning Stone Animal Hospital. Is that sidewalk ever going to get built?
We can, this is going to be part of your UDC, and so there'll likely need to be a public hearing and then go through the process, but we can have a ordinance prepared and go through that process.
Yeah, that's fine. If we could just look at it. I mean, the latest goes back to 2018 that I was handed, some going back only a couple years, but I think one of those is getting cleared up with, we talked about with Brooks.
The Brooks.
Just the Brooks, right. So some of it's getting cleared up, but some of that's been there a little while, and we probably need to either put sidewalks in or punt.
So we're good there? No, no need for a vote?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, wait, there is one.
What's your motion?
No, never mind. No, we don't need to vote. We don't need to.
Okay. All right, so we'll strike that one. On to 13G, discussion on council's procedure to appoint volunteers to boards, committees, commissions, and corporations. Peggy Simics.
Well, sir, you have it in your packet, and I just basically need to find out how you would like this done. So I gave you some ideas, but you might have your own ideas, and that's what I need to know to be able to complete this policy.
I'm good with option one myself. And I did discuss with you that we need to make sure we change the at-large to 5, 6, 7 on Rule 4B, because you got districts 1, 2, and 3, 4, and at-large districts 1, 2, and 3. That'd be confusing to people. So if we could just make that at-large districts 5, 6, 7.
Districts.
Or place or district, I mean.
Yeah,
however
we
you wanna
go
do
by
it.
districts in Cibolo.
Since they changed to at large.
But I'm
would it
good with
be-
option 1 myself, where we meet prior to a council meeting, make those decisions, and move forward.
Okay, so option 1 is the preference by Councilman Hicks. Does anyone else on the dais have another option?
I like the option of the subcommittee. I think the subcommittees work reasonably well.
Which option is that?
It's option
2? Okay, you like 2, you like 1?
I would also recommend our attorney look at it too, just to make sure that it's written correctly and then possibly compare it to what other cities have done in the past. I'm sure Peggy, you've looked at that too, but another set of eyes is helpful. He just helped me with a policy yesterday and today, so having that extra set of eyes and thinking of things that we may not have included already would
Do
be
you want to
helpful.
table it and give George time?
I would like to table it. I know Peggy's like, just get it done, but
Doesn't matter to me, it's just that we have about eight applications right now. We can't do anything with them unless you want to bring them all back in here like we're doing at the present time. But there are approximately 9 applications right now.
I really hate the option where they come up here and stand and say, can you come on Thursday night? It's not.
Well, that would be just us and them.
Yeah, but I think if you do this as a subcommittee, it's so much simpler. You get 3 people asking questions. You can drill down on things instead of, that's just me.
I don't know. Personally, I like the way for all of us to look at them instead of just a subcommittee. I don't want to abdicate that duty to others. I want to be able to have a voice. Right. Right, exactly. So I prefer option 1, but I do agree with Katie that we need to have George take a look. So you want to make that motion?
I can't make a motion, I don't think. It's just discussion. So I'd like to give direction for the attorney to look over our current policy and the options given to us and let us know which one is the most reasonable.
Okay. Anybody object to that? Okay. All right, so we'll come back with I don't know if it'd be an ordinance, but just a policy. We'll come back with a policy. All right. Moving on to 13I, discussion presentation on a proposed parental leave policy. Bruce Knott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight I want to just come forward to the council and get your thoughts on, see what your feel is about creating a parental leave policy for the city of Cibolo. And so the concept behind this policy would be to allow parents of either birth children or adopted children or foster children 2 weeks of paid time off to help bring that child into the family and help bond with that child. And so in your packet, there's a lot of guidelines that we would do, but basically the concept is the leave would have to start immediately. A person couldn't delay the leave up until later time. So if it was a wife giving birth and a husband was the employee, the husband couldn't say, well, I want to wait till my wife goes back to work before I start my leave, because the whole concept is to allow the parent to bond with the children. It would run concurrently with FMLA, and it would only be for a 2-week period of time, regardless if there was a holiday over that time or not. So the break would be 2 weeks, and so that would apply even to our folks who don't work the traditional 5/8. They would be there for the 2-week period of time. So really what our question is tonight for the council is this something you would support us bringing back so that you could approve this policy?
Okay. I'm going to open this one up for discussion. I'm going to start with Councilman Benson. Any thoughts? Parental leave policy?
I just know that I'm obviously way out of touch with life. I guess I don't understand the general guideline that if the idea is for parents to bond with their child, then why are we limiting how many kids they can have in a 12-month period? Does the second kid you adopt or you have, so the Irish twins, the second kid doesn't get bonding time? I mean, it just feels bad. It just kind of feels weird. Well, I'm just, it's just, I mean, the stated goal is for parents to bond with their child but if you're the second kid in 12 months, sorry, no bonding for you. It's just, I'm just out of touch with life, I think, at 2024, but I'm getting old. But I'm not a huge fan, but.
The approach behind that, Councilman, was really more for the fostering. You have people who foster many children during the course of a year. So you could run into a situation where it starts to be taxing to the department if the person's out long periods of time.
I understand. I work in, or have worked in places that were very taxing when people did this, and I understand that. And I think, for me, that's just why I come at it as, hey, this is very taxing. You know, as a grandparent, I'd sure love to spend home 2 weeks, you know, as well. And then, you know, where does this kind of stop? And that's why I'm clearly out of touch with the rest of the world, but that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Councilman Roberts, any thoughts on this one? No? Okay, Councilman Mahoney, any thoughts to share on this parental policy leave?
Only that I think 1 week is enough.
Per year?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's generous.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and wholeheartedly agree with 1 week is enough. As someone who had an almost 11-pound baby, not with a C-section, I guarantee you a week is not enough. 2 weeks is not enough. I had to go back to work early with my first baby and with my second baby. My third baby, I got my 8 weeks, but she was a NICU baby. So it was difficult to find someone that would take her at 8 weeks old because of her concerns. We had to scramble. 2 weeks, I think, is a really great step forward for the city to provide that paid leave. Does the city offer short-term disability?
We do.
Okay,
And it
so.
kicks in after 6 weeks.
Perfect. So one of the things that I always ran into as a parent after having kids is when you work someplace that makes you use your own leave while you're out on maternity leave, when you come back, your kid doesn't just magically stay healthy. Your kids have doctor's appointments, especially when they're little. Within the first year, I think you have 15 doctor's appointments just for their well child. That's not even including if they're sickly. It's incredibly difficult, specifically as a mom, because unfortunately most of that does fall on the mom. Not that dads aren't involved, but most of it typically falls on a mom. It's very hard to be completely alert at work if you're constantly wondering, am I going to run out of leave? Are they going to fire me because I'm taking off for my child? Studies have proven that morale is improved. You have better performance, better longevity. It costs money when you don't retain employees. Every time you hire a new employee, you might as well give the old one a raise. The FMLA requirement is a federal requirement. That only protects your job. That does not provide you any paid leave at all. I think 2 weeks is a good start. I know that other cities around us provide 2 weeks paid. There's one city that provides 6 weeks paid, and then there's short-term disability on top of that. I don't think we're there yet, but I think 2 weeks is a really good start, and it gives people the peace of mind that I don't have to go back to work 2 days after I've had a baby. I've worked with people like that. Their babies ended up sick. They ended up sick. It was a really, really bad situation for us in the office and for their family. So I'm fully in support of this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Katie. I tend to lean towards the statements that she just espoused as far as 2 weeks. I know with my company, it's closer to a month, and that's both for the dad and the mom. And so, there is progressive thought towards giving parents time with the newborns. And so, I mean, I am in support. I think, we'd like to do the 30 days, but I don't know, with a company, or not a company, but a city of this size, that may or may not be feasible depending upon the impact and severity of the role that they play within the city, whether or not people can swoop in and pick up their responsibilities. So I would lean towards the 2 week versus the 1 week versus no week. Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens.
Yeah, I actually do like this parental leave thing. I actually was able to take advantage of something like this also myself at a former employer that I worked at. Having adopted a sibling group, I think you might need to consider when fostering to adopt or just fostering services in general, that I was notified what sibling group that I was going to get on a Thursday, and Tuesday I received them. So 30 days notice is not really feasible, when you're receiving that. So I think it's great. It gave me an opportunity to definitely bond. I had 6 weeks, which was even beyond generous. Needed every single day, needed every single minute of it, because you have these small little kids who don't know you from Adam. Were just, had a foster family getting placed into another situation or kinship placement, and then they're and you do need that time to bond with them. You need to have that balance of life and family just as well, rather than just receiving them, sticking them in daycare, and then going back to work. Does this policy also, is it just for women, or is it also for fathers? Okay.
It would be for the parent.
Okay, for the parent, so
So
either
male or female,
or,
right.
okay. I know it was beneficial for my husband when we first got our sibling group just as well, but we had to use some vacation time for him. They weren't just, they didn't have that in place. So having received this, it really helped our family, and so I'm all for it. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
This thing's very straightforward for the mothers. They're pretty busy at that point. They're recuperating physically also, and Dad better be around to help out all the way around. So it's a combined operation there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where were you leaning? I'm sorry, as far as time frame? 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Okay. Understood. All right. Okay, so hopefully you can hear some consensus here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, we're going to move on to 13J, discussion presentation on the adoption of an updated incentive policy of the City of Cibolo. Ms. Walsh-Holtz.
Good evening. I should have a presentation being pulled up. We're going to be discussing an updated incentive policy for the City of Cibolo and getting feedback. This is for discussion only. Oh, wonderful. Okay, well then I'll just go ahead and get started. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So let's see. Do I have the ability to move forward? All right, so as an overview, we're going to talk about generally the purpose of the policy, review the terms of the policy included therein, and then I'm going to ask some specific questions of you that we will revisit at the end and talk next steps. So the overall questions for you is going to be, do you have any feedback on this incentive policy, anything that you want to add, change, address? And then specifically, is there any desire to adjust the incentive thresholds that are listed under Section 4? And we'll, again, come back to that and discuss that a little bit more. First of all, just to cover bases, what is the policy? What's the purpose of it? Its intention is going to be to standardize the application process. That just makes it simpler. It makes the process for approval and disapproval more standardized. People know what to expect when they come and say, I'm interested in incentives. Where do I go? Where do I start? The policy would provide generalized structure and criteria regarding the types of projects that may be typically considered for incentivization. It would also communicate clearly that we are a professional organization and that we do treat our incentive discussions with that kind of professionalism. You're going to see this next phrase here at the bottom a number of times in this presentation. It's a number of times in the policy. I want to make sure that it's very clear from the get-go. The intention of the policy is not to prevent any project from coming to you to request incentivization. It is simply to provide a starting place and a generalized structure for where the city stands when it comes to what you are willing to consider for incentivization. So I hope that that makes sense. It is not legally binding. It is not saying that if you don't meet these thresholds, you cannot request incentives. It is simply giving guidance to where to begin if you are considering incentivization. The policy has some general guidelines. They're based on primarily best practices, but that's going to be what I ask from you, is what you're most comfortable with, because depending on where those thresholds are that you set, that will kind of determine who you would be willing to incentivize. So those are kind of under Section 4 that we'll talk about. So great question on there. But I just do want to point out, you'll see it everywhere, incentives are always on a case-by-case basis. Good. I made sure, looking at the legal team too. What the policy is not. So the intention of this policy is not to guarantee anything to anyone. We do not guarantee that any project of any size, any scope, any investment, any valuation of any type, we are not saying that we will incentivize. This does not require the city to authorize any individual incentive agreement. And it also does not deny any interested project from the opportunity to request incentivization. So again, all incentives are considered on a case-by-case basis. This is really about, as someone who responds to RFIs and leads your recruitment efforts here in the city, providing staff the ability when a project comes forward and says, well, let's start talking about the incentive process before it even gets to where we can put together a cost-benefit analysis and bring it to you and really look at the value of the project. This just is something that I'm able to give to them and say, this is where we stand generally. So, okay. The procedures and application document is attached as well. This is really a document that's presented to you for informational purposes. We're not really requesting feedback. This is basic information about what we use to conduct our cost-benefit analysis. This is what we use to make sure that we are able to get the best understanding of what the project would bring to the city from an investment perspective. So that's there just so that you can kind of see this is standard process and procedure. Okay, so the incentive policy, and just to clarify, we do have an existing incentive policy here in the city of Cibolo. It was approved in 2011, and it is 25 pages. It was included in your packet, and it largely talks about incentives that are available at the state level, general incentives for the county, not a whole lot specific to Cibolo, and not a whole lot that's still current. So that's one of the reasons why it's really important that we update it. So the first section is just general purpose and objectives, brief overview of why we have the incentive policy and why we offer incentives as a community. Section 2, methodology, it specifies that incentives will be considered on a case-by-case basis, as constantly reiterated in the agreement. And it also specifies that incentives are only to be given on a but-for clause consideration. So the but-for clause is required by state law to incentivize in the state of Texas. And what it is basically saying this project would not happen but for the financial assistance granted by the city if a project does not meet that requirement. So if they've already started construction, they've already gotten their financing, you're not legally allowed to incentivize. So this just reiterates that point to anyone who may be looking to consider incentives in the city. Section 3, criteria, describes the criteria the city will prioritize when considering incentives, and it also just calls out that one of the ways that Cibolo is able to be a highly professional organization in our incentive offerings is that we do consider incentives with the cost-benefit analysis, and we weigh what is the return that we would get based on the investment we give. And I can say not all cities do it that way. And so that's, kudos to the city of Cibolo for taking that initiative and doing it in a responsible way. Okay, so here's section 4. These are the thresholds that we'll come back to and that I would love to get some feedback on. To your point, these are standard sort of general practice for what a number of cities do. But cities do kind of have a different flavor for each one of these. So we talk about the available incentives in section 4. We start with tax abatement or rebates, the difference being who's involved in that agreement, whether or not the county's involved because they would assess the taxes or not. But this is for real and personal property. An abatement, rebate, reasonably interchangeable from a financial standpoint in your mind. But so we call out some of these criteria, and we say that there are 3 main methods of investment that we would consider for potential incentivization. The first one is going to be the value of the project's capital investment. And all of you have seen some of our cost-benefit analysis we've considered. And so again, this is the amount of money being invested into a property that is then taxable. So not only is it improvements to buildings, could it be finish out for buildings, it's also business, personal property, machinery. It's things that are going to be in the ground infrastructure that is taxable and new value. So what we have right now is a minimum of $5 million. And again, I've got some project examples that we can look at as well. It also identifies a maximum abatement rebate term of 10 years. This is actually, the maximum abatement term by state law is 10 years. So that's where that comes in. Although we would be able to give a rebate of a longer term if we wanted, keep it standard. Again, this is a great place to start. The second value that we consider is the number of new full-time equivalent jobs created by a completed project. This is especially important for the EDC. It is the purpose of this policy that the city and the EDC can use it so that you're not working on two different things. We've identified a minimum number of new added full-time equivalents, which doesn't always equal full-time person, but an equivalent as 25. And then also whether a majority of new jobs offered an annual employee wage that exceeds the county wage for that classification of job. And so we have a threshold for consideration of a plus 15% over that. And again, these are up to determination by you. Okay, we continue on talking about other economic incentives that are available, the EDC job grants that we currently offer with ISHN, with HEB. We also talk about fee-based incentives. These describe the reduction or crediting of permit fees and the rebating of impact fees as potential incentives. Speculative development, which is going to be just development that goes up primarily industrial that does not have an end user in mind, can be a little bit more risky. So this Section D kind of calls to attention that we would prioritize speculative development when it's located along I-10, because obviously that's where sort of our industrial hub would be. And then it talks about the great 380 agreements that are the most flexible, most commonly used agreement, and it just describes the performance-based incentive agreements under the Texas Local Government Code of Chapter 380. Okay, other incentives. I like this section because it kind of calls not only other incentive programs that could be eligible, but it also kind of talks about some incentive opportunities that could be applied to projects in the future. So if we did decide as a community, maybe we want to do a small business revolving loan fund, or maybe we wanted to do something else, this would kind of fall under there, and this would be the section that could be altered in the policy. And then we have Section G, guaranteed incentives. And so I love this because it showcases what the city of Cibolo is already doing to offer to new development at no cost to them, no requirement to them, just by our dedication to excellence. So I think that that's a great opportunity to kind of showcase what we already offer. Section 5 of the agreement talks about, or the policy talks about existing business retention and expansion. It just says, look, you don't have to only be a new business coming in. If you are a business that wants to expand and you want to add more capital investment, more jobs, more, then we also would consider you for incentives. Okay. 6, approval. It reiterates all incentives will be considered on a case-by-case basis, yay, and that it must be approved by a formal vote of the city council. It outlines the legal standards that the city upholds for any entities that we enter into contract with, and then the legal disclosure standards that, again, are required for incentive agreements in Form 1295. Section 7 is basic incentive reconsideration. If anyone's been denied for an incentive and wants to come back and can be considered. Section 8 are exceptions. Things like a tax increment reinvestment zone. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer. But essentially, if you incentivize ad valorem tax there, then you're just pulling away from the pool that you're using to reinvest. Residential projects and project portions that include residential would not be considered for incentives. And again, it reiterates that the city can enter into any agreement you wish without it following these incentive guidelines. Performance. So all of our incentive agreements are going to be considered performance-based. They will include clawback provisions. We will protect the money that we're choosing to invest as best we can. This just calls that to consideration. Section 10, I think, is a really great thing. It requires, through this policy, that city staff will complete an annual report that will be made available to council, to the public, that is going to look at all of our existing incentive agreements. It is going to show what the terms were agreed to, because sometimes these documents can be confusing, they can be complex, they can have a lot of nuances. It's a simplified report, It's something that I've done for a number of cities. I find it to be very helpful where it just bullets in straight, plain English. This is what the terms were. This is where we currently are with have they been meeting their terms or not? How much money has been spent currently? How much money was intended to be spent? And then it calculates really, are we on par with what our cost benefit was? Because we want to make sure that if we are bringing to you opportunities and saying you're going to get a return on an investment that looks like this, we want to make sure that we follow that through and actually see were we on? Did we exceed that amount? And did we come in low? Do we need to adjust something in how we do our cost benefit? And so we want to make sure that that is available to the public annually so that we're all on the same page of being very transparent and open about our incentives. Okay, so I know you are tired of hearing me talk. The questions for the City Council, again, are going to be based on these sort of terms and these thresholds. I did want to say, so the value of the minimum capital investment can be anything you want it to be. Some cities do it 1 million, some do it 20 million. It really depends on what kind of projects that you primarily want to come to the table to you. So here are some examples of just some projects between $1 million and $5 million. You're looking at things like a Magnolia Pancake House, a Willie's, a Chick-fil-A, a shopping center. You're looking at things like that. Projects that are going to be over $5 million are going to be things like the HEB Electronic Fulfillment Center. That was a $10.5 million project. Phase 2 of Ishin, $42.7 million. These are the kind of projects that we either have incentivized or maybe you would want to consider for incentivization, but obviously they're on a different category and classification than some of the smaller projects. So.
Okay, well, so I'll lead off the discussion with my opening remark, and then we'll go down the dais for comments. But, just to give you my philosophy on incentives, I think it's a nice tool to have in the toolkit. It isn't necessarily something I want to lead with ever. I think it's something that we reserve the right to be able to use if we need to work with somebody to get them to come to Cibolo. Because if we don't have that tool in our toolkit, they're going to hop in their car and they're going to go to the next town over, because other cities will give incentives. And so we are competing with other cities for new businesses to come to Cibolo. And so oftentimes our citizens will say, hey, Mayor, how come you gave away an incentive to XYZ business to come to Cibolo? And my answer is always, well, if we wouldn't have, they wouldn't have come here, And so unless the state of Texas made giving incentives illegal and nobody was able to do it throughout the entire state, it's a necessary, I won't necessarily say evil, because they're not necessarily evil, but it's a necessary cost of doing business. Let's just put it that way. And so, some of these businesses here, I'm not going to call it any businesses by name because I don't want to, cause any problems with any business, but I could see some of this over here on the right-hand side that, I wouldn't want to give an incentive to. And I could see some over here on the left-hand side, which is the under 5 million category, that I think would make sense to do an incentive to. So I like for there to be some flexibility in that 1 million plus range. And then, of course, in the 5 million, as far as what we can do with them. But yeah, this looks good. It's a nice policy, and definitely something I think that our city attorney should look at. And I'll just leave it at that, and then we'll go up and down the dais to see anybody else has any questions. We'll start with Councilman Hicks.
I like what you've done here. I think with our minimum being 5 million for incentives, maybe we do go to the $1 million mark for incentives, but I'm with the mayor. We just don't open with it.
Absolutely.
So that's my remarks on it. It's late. So.
Yep. Councilman Hetzel?
One of the things that struck me, these numbers, will they be reviewed on an annual basis? For example, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million minimum? That's one thing. Two, how are we putting this information out to the prospects? when they walk in the front door and we throw it at them, or?
No. Whenever we receive requests for information from the state or from our regional partnerships, usually what happens is a company that is looking in the area will say, okay, we're this kind of company. It's always vague, right? They don't want to tell you who they are. But they'll say, we're looking for 20 acres of land. We anticipate this much capital investment, this many jobs. We're going to want to know what sites you may have available, and we're going to want to know what incentives you are offering.
okay.
And so we actually put together a packet of information that talks about who we are as a community. We talk about what benefits we have in the region. We pull all that information together, and the very last thing I send right now is just sort of one page that says, here's maybe some incentives that we've either done before or legally could do, but it's kind of vague. This policy would just replace that.
Okay. One other thing. We have had instances where there have been comments made about people being personally involved. And kickback is a better word. Do we have any way to prohibit this? Say, for example, I'm a realtor and I'm going to sell the property to the business, and I happen to be on EDC or something like that?
Yeah, so actually, and it's under section, pardon me, let me pull it up. The form 1295. So that's under approval, section 6. So that form 1295 is actually a required document that requires anyone who's wanting to enter into a contract with the city has to specify if there are any sort of conflicts of interest. And then we actually file that, so.
Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Okay, pass on you. Okay, pass. Mahoney.
A quick question, and the answer is probably very brief. That'll be fine. Do we, in the present environment, do we verify these things after a year or two that they have the FTEs at least 25 and that they are?
Yeah, that's a great question.
And how do we do that? Do we count on them for self-reporting?
So we actually build into each of the incentive agreements what will be required to verify the numbers given. So sometimes a company comes in and really their incentive is going to be based on their capital investment. And so we look at the end of the project, what was the project value, and we require, maybe a certified price from an engineer saying this was the project value. Or we go back onto the tax records and actually look and see what was the improvement value.
All right.
Sometimes when it's about jobs, we require maybe a corporate statement verifying that they are willing to say we do have this number of jobs, and if we legally audited them, for instance, we could then verify that. So we do build into each individual agreement, depending on what it's based on, what it is we require of them to prove that they've met the conditions. And if they don't meet the conditions, then we're able to recapture those dollars through the clawback provision. So that's very specific to each agreement, and therefore it's not necessarily called out in the policy other than to say there will be clawback provisions, there will be performance-based considerations.
All right, well, thank you for that explanation, and I asked the question largely for the benefit of people that I know, residents in the community that are always curious. They're wondering, good gosh, how come, my property taxes aren't subsidized? And,
Yeah.
They like the word subsidized when it's pointing at someone else.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
And hopefully, again, the annual report will help kind of shed some light, raise the curtain a bit on that.
Councilman Roberts.
Good.
Benson.
Just real quick, want to clarify. So right now, currently, we're at a minimum threshold in capital investment of $5 million?
That's the recommended amount, yes. But again, that's up to discussion here.
Okay. So as far as next steps go, you're going to come back with a policy for us to adopt, correct?
Yeah, I'd like to ask if you have any changes to what's currently being presented. If not, then, or if you do, I would incorporate those changes. It would then go to the EDC for approval or action, and then it would come again before you for action.
Okay, yeah, my only thought on that is, if you could involve George on it, so that way he can take a look at it, and of course, Mr. Reed, and see if incentive policy is competitive with the cities that are seeing a lot of growth, right? Like Georgetown, Kyle. I mean, you live up there, right? So, you know, I mean.
I've actually been really surprised at how many communities do not have a formal incentive policy and have said that's one of their main goals for the next fiscal year. So we would be a trendsetter. Look at that.
I would
Very
like
good.
to, as long as we're providing some direction, I would like to look at incentives for using less than 5 million as our cap. I think. That's why I said 1 million. Yeah, I think we need to maybe lower that a bit and see what we can do to help. You know, we seem to bend over backwards pretty well for if you're walking in with 10 or 20 million bucks, but if not, it's sort of just not that much.
So get some help from us.
That was the same feedback as was given by the EDC. as
Okay.
well.
Council?
Yeah, it's been a while, 12, 13 years. Mr. Hyde, yes.
Yeah, what this policy is going to do is it's going to create expectations. And so if you set a $1 million threshold, then you're telegraphing to the general business community that those things are going to be acceptable to the city council. If you say from 1 to 5 million will be reviewed, and these are preferred, or there's other ways for you to announce that in a way that you won't provide expectations that are too low or too high.
Well, that's why I want to leave in there case-by-case basis. I don't want to take that out at all.
It's all
No,
over that.
Yeah, that's there, but if something starts at $10 million, for instance, and I have a $2 million project, I'm not even going to apply because you've already shown me that the expectation is too far for me to be an exception to the rule. So those are the kind of things that when we look at it, and I'll look at it myself personally and see if there's ways to refine it so that we can make expectations equal what we want to do.
And I would like that to be the case, because I think there's probably a $2 million project that may need consideration from time to time, but if you set the threshold, then you never see it. It just, or it goes on down the road somewhere else, where there's a bigger incentive for $2 million project, so.
Right.
We need to be flexible, but if we've got a baseline, so in my mind, high, when you look at some of the examples. And I'm not saying any of those people on the left hand of that slide needed an incentive, but there may be something that comes up and it goes through Braunfels where they'll bend over backwards for them, so.
Yeah, that must be what's going on. I'd like to see what the Braunfels plan looks like, their incentives. You know, and I would imagine that most of these incentives would be new builds, right? They wouldn't be necessarily somebody looking to, you know, move into an existing, let's just call it strip center and finish out. You know, I don't think that would, I don't know, I'm not sure what that would cost if that was over $1 million.
Mayor, you've got where the old oil fracking place was,
Where's that?
right there in the industrial park.
Oh, okay, industrial park. Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like a strip center retail, like to open up a pizza shop or something. You know, I don't think that would cost over $1 million, but.
So
maybe
yeah,
I'm wrong.
that would kind of go along with that capital investment, where if you did set it higher, it would probably have to be a new build, as opposed to if it were lower, because you're right, if for instance, a group were coming into an existing building and even if they were gonna remodel it and they were gonna, you know, make it their headquarters, they still might not meet a $5 million threshold.
Right.
And so then they may feel, to George's point, not like, well, I don't know if I could apply or not. I mean, it just, again, that's why I say these are very flexible. I think that it's going to depend on kind of who it welcomes.
Prime example is the RV spot right here.
RDs?
RV.
Oh, RV, okay.
The RV.
Fun Town.
Yes.
Yeah, that's got to be well in
Under
excess of
$5
$1
million,
million,
yes.
but maybe not 5. It might be, I don't know.
It wasn't, so, yes.
Okay. Well, very good. Well, thank you very much for this presentation, and I'd love to see, you know, if you can do some compare contrast with, you know, New Braunfels, Kyle, Georgetown, you know, the cities that are booming along 35 corridor.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 13K, discussion presentation on information regarding Texas Municipal League TML Youth Advisory Committee Summit. Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens.
won't take up a whole lot of time. I hope that everyone is able to read many of the notes that I was able to take at this particular summit. It was really encouraging. It was very energetic. A lot of youth councils going there. Also, other elected officials going because they wanted information in regard to starting up their own youth councils. And getting information back from each city is how they established it. It could be run either through staff, it could be run either by council, it could be set up where, you know, students are sitting on the dais, or it could be set up where they're at tables just as well like our regular boards and commissions. One thing that they utilize heavily is also resources in their area, like different recreation centers, and that brought to mind the YMCA just as well. Just really utilizing our partnerships and current relationships, I think would really help our youth council and help them also realize the resources that they have in the city. Another thing that I really liked is many of them had kind of like a academy somewhat. It reminded me of like our Cibolo Police Academy, how they go around and take you, or maybe even our orientation for council, how you get to talk to each department head. They'll get to learn what each department does. They'll get to tour the police department, the fire department, the animal shelter, and they recognize the needs of the city. They would also get involved, let's say, for instance, with the chamber just as well, and realize the economic development, the businesses that exist. And even going to this last chamber luncheon, I was encouraged to hear that, like, of course there's businesses who do a lot of in-kind donations. So a lot of the youth councils do receive donations from, either businesses, residents. They do fundraisers. So it doesn't have to be something that can exasperate our general fund. It could be something that they can learn how to also do within themselves in reaching out to the resources that we already have in the city. So just don't want to take up a whole lot of time because I know we're running out of it. And if y'all have any questions, feel free to let me know.
I've asked somebody if I can get to meet you with that.
All right, so moving on to 13L, discussion on whether certain roads in our 5-year capital improvement plan, CIP, should accommodate sidewalks or bike lanes.
So as we heard today in Town Creek Road, as we're looking at our 5-year capital improvement plan, I'd like for us to look ahead since these have been decided since 2019, and since we've grown since then even further. Would it be beneficial for us to consider sidewalks? Would it be beneficial for us to consider bike lanes? I'm thinking about also on Dean Road, although I know we don't have a lot of right-of-way, but could we also consider a bike lane, being that we have Foxbrook that's extended all the way to the back to Dean Road, and you have Turning Stone there, and I do hear that people do bike there, and not sure if we could create a trail. I know we're going to eventually expand also Green Valley Road and down to the low water crossing, and as residents mentioned, could we open up a sidewalk going through Old Green Valley Road into Town Creek Road as a passageway for bike riders per se, because we might not be able to put sidewalks there, but just keeping an open mind to the quality of life that our residents need, and just looking forward as we're reconstructing these roads, what else can we do alongside this for our residents?
Thank you.
I just want to add to that. I agree, and I'm glad you brought that up. We've talked in the past about how the city has not been proactive in asking for money, and that I've asked for a long time, since I was on CIP, we need to have a bullpen of projects so that if something comes open, we can say, we're applying, we already have all that data ready. We already know where we want to put in the sidewalks. We already know where we want to put in the hiking trails. We already own this land. So, and I know that's hard to put on a city employee to say, hey, plan for something that hasn't happened yet. But I know with, Joel mentioned it earlier, TxDOT has a lot of money for walkability and bikes now. The AAMPO, so that's something that if we are the first in line and we are prepared to apply for that, we have a better chance. If you don't apply for the money, you're definitely not going to get it. The worst they can tell you is no when you apply. So I think that with these projects, especially now that we know we have these roads on our list, but also there's pieces of property down in that area, Town Creek area, that we own for parks, that we haven't developed those parks yet. So maybe we can throw some trails in there, or at least plan to ask for the money for those trails. So just trying to be proactive and address those things. I like that we're doing that.
Yeah.
You've asked for that.
And, and just to talk about the bike and sidewalks, I know we are going to have sidewalks and bike lanes up and down 1103, which is part of our project. I know we do have sidewalks on Cibolo Valley Drive, which is another major road to get to and from places in Cibolo. And so, the AMPO funds that we could use to get the ball rolling on that citywide trail system, I think that's really where we ought to spend our focus. Because if we can steer the general public to a citywide trail system where it's safe to ride bikes and to walk, would be the best idea, I think, personally, because I don't know if it makes sense to encourage people to be riding bikes or walking, along roads, especially these small roads in Cibolo, which have limited visibility, limited streetlights. I just don't want to invite people getting hit by vehicles.
Yeah,
You know what
I mean, to be realistic, if I'm gonna go walk to the store, I'm gonna take the most direct route, which is probably gonna be the road. I'm not gonna go out of my way to get on a trail to circle around. I think something else that we need to look at that I brought up before too is some kind of a walking bridge over 1103, connecting Slaughter to HEB. That is part of our linear trail system there. There will be some kind of attachment at some point, but
Yeah.
with 1103 being widened, it's gonna be even more dangerous. And that was, when I was little, my grandparents lived in Cedar Rapids, and one of the things we do when I visit my grandma is they had those swirly bridges where it would swirl up and then you'd cross and then you'd swirl back down.
Yeah.
It was like the highlight of our visit with her. So they can be fun, they can be.
A pedestrian
I
bridge
have good
across.
memories of those, but I think a pedestrian bridge would be probably our safest option for crossing 1103,
For our
especially since we
citywide
have
trail
parks,
system, right?
Especially
Yeah.
since we have parks on both sides already.
Okay.
And that's something that the AAMPO money or TxDOT could cover.
Right.
Just to add, just the convenience of having local sidewalks, I think it's a huge plus for residents. As we heard earlier before, many of them are taking the risk of going down to Town Creek Road to get to Schlather Park, even though they could drive there. But human nature is we want to go for a brisk walk, and we want to be able to just get out of our homes and go do that on a safe sidewalk. And that's the purpose of sidewalks, right? To keep them off the street. So it's not to say that having a sidewalk on Town Creek Road will be dangerous, because that's the whole purpose of a sidewalk, is to keep walking safe. So I just wanted to just say that the convenience of that, having them accessible, especially to the residents on Town Creek Road that face Town Creek Road, they don't have anything. And I think, it would be a great thought.
Okay. Any other comments?
I wonder if, as we plan this road, if we could just, for fun, just kind of figure out what a sidewalk would run from, what is that, Green Valley Loop, Old Green Valley Loop?
Old Green Valley to, what is that?
Sidewalks pick back up on the other
No,
side.
go all the way down.
I mean, it's kind
What's
of.
the other one?
Whoever built Bentwood, was that D.R. Horton? I think
You mean Bentwood Ranch?
yeah.
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, that should have been, I don't know why those sidewalks weren't placed then, but I'm sure it was very costly and nobody wanted to make them do it. But anywho, I think it would be fun not fun. I think it would be worth our while to at least see what that would cost, that stretch, and see where we're at. I know there's drainage issues and things there. There's a bridge that obviously you're not going to be able to put a sidewalk over that bridge. But it would provide some passability. It is my favorite route to go on now, and I don't know, maybe I'm playing Frogger, would she say Frogger tonight? But, I mean, it is dangerous, but it's not any more dangerous than almost any other road we have in town, so. The bridge is on just past Green Valley Road is. You come down and there's a bridge. I mean, it's actually pretty, that's the one part of the road that bothers me, because it's not well lit, the reflectors aren't very good, and if you hit that wrong and end up down in the ditch, it's gonna hurt. Does everybody know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
No, on Old Town. On Town Creek Road.
Yeah.
Just on the, like, on north end there. Yeah, it's pretty hazardous, actually. But I think we ought to, I mean, you're not gonna put sidewalks down through that drainage area, but I guess we could. what the heck, right?
Right.
Anyway, I think we ought to at least look at it as we're designing it to see if we can get sidewalks on the, I guess it'd be the west side of the road.
Thank you, sir. Any other commentary on this item?
Mayor and council, so you do have land engineers under design for these 5 roads, and so with council's comments of wanting to evaluate sidewalk feasibility and what a rough estimate would be, we can do that during this capital improvement update during the FY25 budget.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to 13M, discussion on council travel, training, and meeting. Councilwoman Cunningham.
So I passed it out, and I apologize for not getting this to you earlier, but I was working on it yesterday and today with Mr. Hyde, get the policy. Huh? Did you get one? Oh, I said we had to share.
Oh, me and you share?
Yeah.
I don't get to take
You
this
can
home?
have it.
Okay,
You can have
here
this
you
one
go.
to take home. Okay, so this is just a proposed policy. So in looking at our training budget and after discussions that we had with the budget workshops last year, this has been on my mind. If training is really important, we are supposed to be stewards of our taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that what we're spending it on is relevant and useful, and that we are actually getting bang for our buck. So this is a proposed policy for training and professional development. The first bullet is that it's our policy that council members, elected officials, mayor and council members participate in professional development, that we do go to trainings, that this is important to us. The second measure is that the selection of training and professional development is at the discretion of each council member and should be beneficial to the performance of our elected duties. Training and professional development funds will be made available to the elected officials through the budgeting process. I researched this pretty heavily and looked at a bunch of different cities in Texas. We have some really nice city secretaries in Texas, I'll just let you know. They were very responsive, very helpful, and they provided a whole lot of information in the policies that their councils have. One of the things that stood out to me is that not most, but several cities have policies where they budget not just for the council as a whole, but they give an individual budget line for each council member. So each council member, out of the big pot of money for training, each of us would have a line item. And that's what I'm proposing in this policy. And then that training cost would be, used to pay for actual training expenses like food. Mr. Hyde put in a lot of this wording, like you can't buy alcohol with it, sorry. But he put in wording about what the funds can be used for. Number 3 is that the council must appropriate reasonable and sufficient funds for each individual elected official for council member training and professional development provided through this policy. This also says that you cannot transfer funds between council members unless it comes to a vote. So if someone's unable to use up all of their funds, we can move it to another council member. It would just need to come to council before doing that to help make sure that it's equitable. Examples of training and professional development events which qualify include, but are not limited to, TML conferences and affiliated organizations, Regional Council of Governments training, Texas Economic Development Council training, National League of Cities, I'm sure we could add like 50 more things on there that would apply. Those are just some examples. Number 5 is in the event the cost of the attendance and participation exceeds what's budgeted through this policy, each elected official is expected to fund such expenses without the use of municipal funds. Personal funds may be used, and Mr. Hyde added in these other resources of other opportunities to use different types of funding, which I liked that we had those resources in the policy. Oh yeah, the conference of mayors would be one too. Any official attending a training or professional development event where their attendance and participation is funded through this policy must use the tax exemption or other governmental rate when available. And I know Peggy and our team has the tax exempt forms and can help with all of that, because that can be kind of a bear.
Like the hotel will be tax-free.
Right. We would need to utilize that.
What about airline tickets? Are those tax-free?
I don't think so. Are airline tickets? Can you use tax exemption on airline tickets? I don't think so. I don't think so.
So where applicable?
Yeah, where applicable.
Okay.
Any elected official attending an event funded through this policy should conduct themselves as a representative of the city of Cibolo and always maintain appropriate decorum. After attending any training or professional development event using funds through this policy, at least one of the people who attended, because I know sometimes we have trainings where multiple people attend, at least one should promptly provide at a subsequent city council meeting as an agenda item, a one-page written summary of the training. And Norma did a really good job of that today, providing us the one-page summary. So something like that, so we all can learn from the training that that person went to. We've been sort of doing that on our agendas with the updates on what meetings you've attended, but it's not been something that has been formalized. This also calls for the creation of a library within the city. So when we have new council members come in, if they're looking for something, for example, in 3 years, if someone comes in and wants to look at any youth advisory committee meetings that have been attended or trainings that have been attended, then Norma's report would be in that library and available for whoever comes in. So they're getting the benefit of that years down the road, even if they're not on the current council. And then number 9, I told Mr. Hyde that the first version he sent me was a little vague. I said it said that if you're invited to, it basically said, in my opinion, if you're invited to a training or an event, then the city will cover your expenses. And I'm like, well, what if I'm invited to something in Dubai? And he said, well, you better invite the city attorney. So I said, so this is just saying that if you're invited to go to something that is being paid for out of someone else's budget, for example, the police training budget or the EDC budget or something like that, if you were invited to attend or speak, or if you're a speaker where your fees are covered, you're still allowed to attend those. It's just this would apply only to the funds that are appropriated to city council line item. I attached 2 charts to this as well. So one of the charts is the council training comparison. This has a bunch of different cities. I will give a caveat that the Selma totals, I got those from a council member. Their budget does not have a specific line item for training. It's called like council activity or something like that, and it's $10,000. So I do want to be clear that that one I'm not entirely sure is their actual budget for training. Their budget was not clear. But I included what is the annual budget this year for their, and I should have specified that's their training budget. The third column is their training budget for this year. Their FY24 budget, that was my best guess based on the research that I did. That was an estimate of what their training budget or their full budget was for this year. And then I did a percentage. What a percentage of their budget is their training budget? Yeah, well, the reason I did that was because Mansfield budgeted $85,000 for training. And I'm like, well, how much is their city budget? That's a lot of money for training.
They go to a lot of stuff, just
Yes.
like Lancaster. Their entire council goes to most everything.
Yes, and their city budgets are very large. So like Lancaster's city budget is 87,000 or 87 million, Mansfield's 94 million. It's in Fort Worth. Their budget per person is just a simple division of their training budget divided by the number of council members and their mayor. They all have different numbers of council members and mayor in their composition. One of them, Lancaster, actually gives $7,000 per council member and $7,500 for the mayor, because there's one additional thing that their mayor attends.
From that area, you say Lancaster.
Well, I'm not.
Lancaster?
Lancaster.
Lancaster.
I added a column for, is the budget divided by their member, by each member? Is there any reporting requirement? So if you attend a meeting, is there a reporting requirement on what you attend? Is there a cap on the amount spent per person? If a council member or mayor is on a separate board, does the city cover the travel expense? So if someone serves on a, who do we have? Mr. Hetzel, I think he's on the AAMPO board. No, you're AAMPO. He's ACOG. We got lots of boards. So if you serve on a board, does the city cover the travel? And that was kind of mixed between the cities, but that was something that I asked all the city secretaries to provide as well. I do have the policies. If they have a policy indicated here that they have a policy, I do have those that I can provide to you. And then the last page. So right now, our budget per person, if we were to divide our training budget, it'd be about $1,875 per person. Something else to consider, and I'm not trying to skip to the next agenda item, they just kind of blend together. I looked at our training budget by department. I feel really strongly that training is very important, and we need to develop our employees because they're the ones who do the day-to-day work. We as council do work, we do a lot. We should get training, but we shouldn't prioritize ourselves just because we have access over the budget. We should make sure that our staff is getting the training that they need. So I went through our FY24 budget, looked at the training budget for each department and the number of employees assigned to that department, and then came up with a cost per person. For our city, our average cost per person for training is $1,300. So we already are budgeting more per person for our council training than we are for our staff training. And that's just something I want to consider moving forward, that we need to be fair. I have a real big problem with hypocrisy, and I feel like this is one area where it looks like we are giving ourselves more money because we're council and not giving as much to staff. And there was a lot of discussion about, when we were doing the budget, why are we paying for staff training? Well, why are we paying for council training?
Yeah.
The argument can be made both ways. So that is why I included this training budget by department, just to kind of see where are we at. If our training per person by department is like $9,000, then sure, up ours. Because I was trying to figure out like what is realistic per council member. If we were to do a policy like this, how would that affect our budget?
Right.
I also want to note that our FY22 council budget, well, I couldn't find the FY22 budgeted amount for training, but we spent $6,500, $6,509 in training in FY22. FY23, we upped that to $11,000, so it went up by almost $5,000. This year, we went from $11,000 to $15,000. So we have had steady increases in our training budgets for city council each year over the last 3 years. But that will be a separate discussion when we get to actually approving this to the budget. But that's I just wanted to share like my train of thought and how I came all the way around and why these things are included in this policy. Tonight, it's not an action item. So if you have any input on this, or if you've seen another policy that you like, or if there's something that you think we should consider adding or removing, please let me know, and I can get with Mr. Hyde and we can get an updated version, and we'll have this on a future agenda to implement into our council policies.
Yeah, well, I like that you looked at other cities, and I'd like to see if we can take a look at, some of the, I know I keep saying this tonight, but some of the cities that are going places, that are actually effective with business development and, the booming cities, right, on the I-35 corridor. And so if we can come up with.
So I have Cibolo, Georgetown, Kyle, Lancaster.
Yeah, Georgetown's good.
Live
Kyle.
Oak, Mansfield, New Braunfels, Schertz, Seguin, and Selma. Those were just the ones that have returned my emails by today.
Yeah.
If I get any more, then I will add to this. And if you have any cities you'd like me to reach out to, I'm happy to reach out as well.
Yeah, I'd like to look at, some of the cities on the North Texas area too that have experienced a lot of growth and, let's just call it, a boom, Frisco, McKinney, whatever. But, those are cities that had to go from, where they were to where they are today. And so therefore, what did it take, to get those cities to become world-class cities? Because when you look at a city like Selma that's landlocked,
Right.
Right. So
I think I emailed probably 20 cities. And so this many got back to me. I was impressed.
Yeah.
So if the rest come in, I'm more than happy to update that chart and share it with everyone.
Yeah,
And I
and-
share the policies that they gave me as well.
And Katie, I think you brought up a good point, about the departments here within our city government and their training budgets. And when the calendar does turn to the summertime and we're looking at those budgets, I'd like for the directors and the different department heads to come up with realistic estimates as to what type of training their departments are going to need. And that way we can, really make sure to evaluate their needs and accommodate. So, any other commentary here?
Yeah, just one thing.
Yes, Mr. Mahoney.
Just this, Mr. Mayor, you said that you want to see what these other cities are doing that are growing and going places, and I immediately thought, well, are you saying that their total expenditure in this area will be an indicator or proof that
I don't
that's
know.
why they're growing?
I have really no idea. We'll have to see what
Really,
the data tells us.
That I'm doubtful about. And when she mentioned that, for example, Lancaster had such a high budget, and that's in Dallas County where I was all over the place for all those years. I think, although I'm not real impressed there, I don't think their taxpayers are getting their, I'm trying to say that's not being very frugal with taxpayer money.
Right.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I remember Lancaster. I lived up there myself, and, you know, it wasn't necessarily.
But just because Frisco and Flower Mound and some of these places are growing, I'm not going to necessarily accept that that's a correlation with how much money they're spending on training their city council members.
Another data point
I
that
want to see what they're doing right, though.
Another data point that I just thought of that I can gather before I bring this back is the average amount of cost per training. So how much is an average TML training? How much is an average whatever? So if those trainings cost the entire budget that we assign a council member, that's not really helpful.
No.
You can go to one.
Right.
Like, let's make it
Realistic,
realistic so
yeah,
that
for
people
sure.
can attend multiple trainings, because I know there's a wide range, but to find like maybe an average amount that different
There's a lot of my
types
training
cost.
that I go that don't cost a dime.
Yeah.
But I do like going to the training because I've implemented a lot of what I've done over the last 4 or 5 years, bringing it back because I knew that there was something wrong with the EDC and we corrected it. So putting this policy, that's great, but those of us that want the training, that think that it's beneficial, because just as you're bringing this, I had to start coming back and telling people what went on at the training. And there's a reason why, is because of certain council members didn't like it, that I was going and getting educated.
This is
So-
just a formalization of that process,
And
and
that-
so that it can actually continue to be useful. People can reference back to it. That's the purpose of the report and creating the library, so that in the future,
But there's those of us that are, like the mayor went to a meeting last night in Austin for the mayors. I'm on TML board. I've got meetings that I've got to go to, and that's why I put on here to raise it, because I want to make sure people are still able to go to the training. But I'm also a member of the board
In Austin.
for, you know, making those policies, just like he wants the bill passed. that
House
didn't
Bill
get passed.
1613, yeah. And so,
Well,
yeah,
you know,
networking.
I had conversations with the lawyers up there. You know, if I'm not going to those, I can't get our foot in the door if I'm not going and being a part of it, Katie. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I've made lots of progress, yes, and lots of communication with others to bring back stuff to us. So it's not wasteful. I'm not sitting there going and being wasteful, because there's a lot of stuff. I mean, the first 4 or 5 years, 3 or 4 years, I paid for all the travel. The city paid for my me to go to the conference, but I paid out of my own pocket for the travel and for me to eat. I didn't have the city do it.
I've been here almost 3 years. I've had one training paid for by the city.
Well, I mean, but that's you.
Paid for by myself. I know that was my choice to do that, but I think that we are also called to be stewards of the taxpayer dollars.
I am.
And that's why I want something formalized in a policy that spells out how we're going to use this money, especially when there was so much contention over funding training for staff. They
I
need
don't get
training too. The same benefits that we get from training, they get from training. So it's just to try to formalize our process for training. What is a covered training? Who can go to what trainings? I mean, it says that you get to pick your own. You can pick your own training. How much money we're spending per person on training, so we don't have one person using $40,000 and one person not using any. Like, we want it to be equitable. That's
Anybody's
the
use
purpose of
that
this. It is still open to edits. One thing that I noticed I didn't see on here is using a city vehicle when available. The city, that's like a way to advertise our city too. And I know it's definitely probably more gas friendly than my car.
Vehicles.
But then also opens up to liability too, you know, like if you happen to get in an accident in a city vehicle, to have a non-city employee driving around in a city of Cibolo vehicle, that might be a bad idea.
There's ways around that, and we would have to provide our insurance to the city and do all that kind of stuff.
I just want to highlight, the council members are covered by our insurance, so if you use a city vehicle.
It's TML, yes.
It's all covered.
Even the council members driving a city vehicle will be okay?
Yes, that is correct.
I didn't know that.
We do not let you drive a commercial truck, but we will let you drive one of our vehicles that are
All right.
consumer vehicles.
But going back to that, I mean, I go to these different meetings, just like I go to the MPO. That's not to benefit me, that's to benefit the community as a whole. I mean, that's benefiting the city.
Right.
That's not me wasting. But do I get paid 1 cent to go to those? No, but it's my time.
This is not a judgment of anyone's attendance at trainings. This is not trying to point fingers at anyone.
Wow.
This is formalizing a process because we are called to be good stewards. I've had people bring up our training budget. Why do you have $15,000 budgeted to trainings? Well, trainings are important. Well, who's using it? What's coming back? What are we getting out of it? Why has it gone up $10,000 in 3 years? These questions come up for people who actually look at the
More people are
budget.
using them finally.
That's great. So let's have a more formalized process. When you were the only one using it, you were the trailblazer. You brought back we added that agenda item for you so that you could share out what you were learning. Now that more people are attending, we have more opportunities to gain knowledge. You didn't attend the youth council, Norma did, and she brought back that knowledge to all of us in this report that now we can put in a library and access later. So it gives us more opportunities to gather that information and bring it back for the betterment of the city. It's not just staying with one person who attended that training. It is really not, this is not an attack on any person for attending training. I am a huge proponent of training. I did training in technical assistance for 8 years. It's very important. I just want to make sure that we're showing that we value training. We have a policy for what is covered by taxpayer dollars.
Just don't
and
handcuff
reporting.
us.
Okay. Well, listen, I don't know if we're going to figure this out tonight. We've already just spent a good deal of minutes covering this. I think we've given it its fair share tonight. We're going to move on to 13N, discussion on amending the council's budget to add funds to travel, training, or meeting expense. Councilman Hicks.
Well, we've just been talking about it.
Right.
So,
Imagine that.
I didn't mean to do that.
Speak of the devil.
Sorry, it just all tied together.
well, that's fine. I just want to make sure that, you know, if I'm needing to go to a board meeting and the presidents, TML presidents in June to make decisions to try and work with the board to get those things that you're asking for laws.
Yep.
In Richland Hills this year, then, you know, I should be able to have the funds to be able to go up there to that meeting that I'm appointed to.
Because he's our regional president, right?
Yes. And
Right.
board of directors.
I mean, I have thoughts on that too. I mean, the city didn't appoint you to that, even though you do represent the city to an extent. The city didn't appoint you to that board. So should that be a covered expense? I asked other cities about that. Some of them about half and half. Some of them cover those trainings or those meetings, some of them don't. That's something that we can add to this policy. I didn't add anything about that in the policy. But
Well, do the
I
cities that don't
understand.
cover it, do they pay their council members a living wage?
yeah,
Or?
no, they don't pay them. I don't think anyone really pays a living wage unless you're very
I mean,
big
I think
city.
San Antonio's like
Well, San Antonio
47,000,
gets it.
something like that,
Houston
right?
gets
Just
it, but
for that one point, the last number 9 was specifically made to exclude everything else other than training programs. So if you're going for a membership or whatever else, this is just for training
Oh,
itself.
okay. So it's only applicable to training, this
And it
deal?
It mentions, it says, any other project will go under the policies or practices that those go under.
Gotcha,
So
okay.
I
So
would say
that'll be
your board
a different budget.
participation isn't a training program.
no, it's not a
And
training
so,
budget.
and this was only to apply to training.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking. That's fine, Mr. I just want to make sure that, like the mayor going to the mayor's meeting last night, he should be able to get paid for his travel up there. I mean, they paid for his dinner, but
Yeah.
he should be able to get mileage to go to that.
That would be a really
And
great time for
I-
you to use a city vehicle.
all I'm saying is that
He
that's
wouldn't
not,
fit in. If I couldn't fit in it, I know he ain't gonna fit in it. Well, that's, well.
so all I'm
you-
trying to suggest is that any other reimbursed travel is not on the agenda. The only thing on the agenda was the training and.
Mine
for-
is
for travel
specifically
meeting
for travel, for
expenses.
training and meetings expense.
Right, but
It
the-
says meetings expense, and that's what I'm talking about. That's why I had it put on there. That was me putting it on there.
I understand. I guess what I'm pointing out is that the policy that Councilmember Cunningham provided distinguished that to be something else than this training issue. So that would be a different cost, a different budget item for, the allocation
That's
of
fine, but
those
we moved
trainings.
on from that, Mr. Hyde. I'm on mine, which has to do with adding funds for meeting, because there's meetings the mayor's been going to, the meetings I go to. I just want to make sure we have enough funds, because Peggy's informed me that we're running short of funds, so I want to make sure that. Thank you, sir. All the discussion I had, I just want to make sure that.
Okay. Yeah, it's getting late, so we'll move on to O, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. We'll start with Councilman Hicks.
Well, I attended the meeting for the board of directors for TML. I had a lot of discussion. We're going to have some stuff going on in June, and then again in August. So, and then before we go to our annual conference down in Houston this year.
Yep.
So.
That's all.
Got a couple meetings on senior advisory for the
ACOG. Anything of note? Yeah.
Last 2 days ago, it was the video conference that we had, and passed, and approved some of the fund, different companies asking for funding. So approved that, and that's just one thing after another.
Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens, I know we did some chili.
That's right. Yes, thank you for, pulling me into that at Chili Cook-Off, right? So definitely plenty of events to go on. One thing that I am thankful for is being involved in the Citizens Police Academy. Just doing that alongside residents has been really great. Just getting to know the history of our police department, doing that alongside residents, touring the police department. I was able to do that as a ride-along, but it's just great to, you see things differently, you hear things differently when you do things a second time. Also with our fire department, and we got to go to the dispatch this last time. So it's incredible. If y'all have an opportunity to go visit the dispatch office, it is eye-opening. And it's incredible how few people do so much in our city. And so my hat goes off to that staff that sits there and takes all those calls. Also was able to participate in the chamber luncheon to the state of our cities. Got to see the state of Shirt, Selma, and Cibolo. Had great presentations of where every city was at as far as their economic development and as far as their parks and recreation goes. And it was just great seeing everyone get together at one lunch and just having a good time just as well, seeing the growth in our small cities. SEUCISD had invited us all to a luncheon. What I didn't expect, but it was really great, that we had candid discussion regarding legislation. We got to hear about the financial aspect of the school district, what they're struggling with, and we got to ask honest conversations, to their needs. We got to hear what their struggles are, where they needed to have room for improvement, how they need to go over into marketing the school district, which hasn't been done before, but being that there's just so much more competition, they're having to navigate in that direction. So it was just really great having that discussion alongside the school board, the superintendent, and I think we had like some sort of this cohesiveness, right? Like the relationship building, because we were all just open and honest, and it was very respectful, so I really appreciated that. Got to go to Beezer Homes ribbon cutting at Venado Crossing. That was great. Got to find out how energy efficient these homes are that are coming into Cibolo. They put a chocolate bunny in the attic, and it will not melt. So we'll go back in the summertime into a spec home and see how that bunny is doing. But it's incredible that we're having great homes coming into our city. Got to have some fun at Cibolo Valley Elementary for Family Fun Night. They had game stations and a book fair, and just got to participate in that for a little while just as well. Also, this past weekend, got to help support a sister city in Selma with their 5K Operation Comfort, and that was a fun time. So there's a lot happening, a lot to get involved with, and I'm just happy to represent our city while doing it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sanchez-Stevens. So as Joel mentioned earlier, I was at the United States Conference of Mayors meeting last night. It was hosted by Mayor Watson, the mayor of Austin, Texas. And it was kind of an informal regional meeting. Normally, the United States Conference of Mayors is an organization that is nationwide. They do, I think, their annual meetings up in Washington, D.C. It's attended by, a lot of mayors throughout the entire country. And the focus last night, we had the mayor of Georgetown was there, the mayor of Kyle, and then some other mayors from cities in the near Austin area. And so it was a good event to be able to hear some of the challenges that they're experiencing. And there were also some advocates there that have representation in Congress. They were, I guess, lobbyists for this organization of mayors. And they had spoke about something else that's coming down the pike. It hasn't quite formalized quite yet, but it's reminiscent of ARPA and then the infrastructure money that we got after ARPA. And so there is something else coming down the pike. They haven't been able to get their hands around it yet, but there is some opportunity for federal money that we will be able to take a look at and see if we can find some qualifying grant funds and things like that. So we're interested in learning more about that. So it is a good event and good opportunity to hear from other mayors in the South Texas area. So that's it for me. Okay.
I went to the Chamber Casino night. It was really fun. Lost all of my chips pretty immediately. Met with a neighborhood that reached out about potentially working with the city on clearing out some land that they have been given from the developer of the new phase of their neighborhood. They would like to connect the new phase with the old phase via a path, but they also have a fishing pond that is there that is stocked and usable, but they need some assistance with clearing it out, and they wanted to know if the city would be interested in partnering with them, and then the park would be available for the city as a whole to use. The HOA would maintain it once it was cleared, but it would be available to the public. So this is in Saddle Creek Ranch between the new phase off of Coy Lane and the existing phase. They have the swimming pool in the existing phase and then the new phase in the back. And so it would be a path that connects those two. And then the pond is right there as well. So it is, people fish there now. So we had a really productive meeting. I spoke with the two attendees from their board after the meeting, and they were just gushing about how wonderful our staff was, how they never expected to get that much information and that much help and guidance from the city, that they were just super impressed by the fact that the city even met with them. They had never experienced that before, so I appreciate everyone who attended that meeting and for working with them. They are very excited and motivated to move forward with that project and make something great for our city. I also judged a chili cook-off. Only one of the attendees showed up, so he was an easy winner, but it was really good. That was for Saddle Creek Ranch. The senior Sweetheart Soirees senior prom was a couple weeks ago, and we had the amount of donations this year was crazy. So the community really came together to make that event a big success, and we had a lot of really happy dancing people, and that was really great to see. The senior center always helps out with that as well, and their people come in dressed to the nines. It's really funny. I always feel underdressed when I go. I also met with some of our local car seat technicians. I'm a certified child passenger safety instructor, and there's a program through the state called Safe Riders through Texas Department of State Health Service. It was a program that I managed when I was at a previous job, and it provides free car seats to any programs that are selected, and your only responsibility is to provide trainings. They can be virtual or in person, but any attendee at that training receives free car seats that are appropriate for their child for all of their children. So if you have 5 kids, you get 5 car seats attending that 1-hour training. This is a really great option for families who don't have the funds to go out and buy car seats. They can be pricey. When I was managing it at my previous job, we partnered with San Antonio Police Department. Oh, that's rude, Mark. We partnered with San Antonio Police Department to, for anyone who got a ticket for an unrestrained child was referred to our program, because it's better to get a kid in a car seat than to just ticket them when they aren't gonna have money to pay for the ticket and the car seat. So I met with some of our local technicians. There is an attempt to apply for the program for our region as opposed to applying individually. There is not a program in Guadalupe County at all. And so this is actually a really great location for that to happen. I was working off of the west side of San Antonio, and we would have people come all the way from Seguin to get car seats and attend the class. So there is a need here, and I'm really excited that that may be a program that's here, and that we have such great, motivated car seat technicians in this area. So that's what I did.
Thank you. Councilman Mahoney? Councilman Roberts? Councilman Benson?
Just one additional, I attended the opening, the groundbreaking of the University Hospital Selma campus, so it was pretty good. It'd be nice to have a full-service hospital 5 minutes from here in 2020.
2027, they said it should be.
27.
26, 27 should be done. Mayor, I want to add that
yes,
at the board meeting, that they've added the financial consultant services. So when we had that issue a couple of years ago at budget time, and we didn't have no financial person, they do have a financial consultant now. Not that, I'm not trying to get rid of you there, just saying that they've got that services now that we voted in to TML, so.
Yeah, Mr. Hicks, I saw that announcement and said it was for small cities, and we would fit into that bucket prior to Anna Miranda joining the city again. That would have been a great resource.
Thank you, Councilman Hicks. Okay, we're going to move on to 13P, discussion on items the council would like to see on future agendas. Do we just want to email these to Peggy, or do we need to talk about them now? Okay, Councilwoman
So
Cunningham.
I have one. I kind of mentioned it earlier. I've noticed a trend where we have committees vote on something and bring it to us, and then we vote it down. If we appoint people to a committee, it's because we trust them to make a good decision. And if we don't trust them to make good decisions, then we should remove them all from committees and start over again. So I would like to have a discussion about that and see, how do we address that? Because I know I've gotten feedback from committees, like, why do we even bother? Why do we go through all the work of going through this, putting it on our agenda, discussing it, doing the background work, and then it gets to council and council just disapproves it anyway? And that is frustrating as a committee member. Why do you spend those hours? They spend hours just like we spend hours. So if it's a issue that we don't trust what they're doing because they don't have the training, then we need to make the directive to provide training to staff. So I think that that's a conversation we need to have, where we need to think really deeply about why do we keep not voting for these things that the committees are bringing to us? What's the reason for it? Because if we're going to continue to do that, then why have a committee if we're going to be the final decision and knock down everything that they ask for? So that's what I would like added.
Okay, so
A discussion about committee performance, because it seems like we are not voting in a way that indicates we have trust in our committees, that they're not performing well, because we're disagreeing with everything that they're bringing to us.
Okay, so it would, no action, just discussion item.
It would be a discussion item.
Thank you, Katie.
And I'd also like an EDC presentation. We used to get one every so often from like the EDC board. I used to like those when I don't know if they've done it in a long time since I've been on here, but I know
for 5 years.
when y'all have been on here, because I came up and did it one time when I was on a committee.
Never
Maybe it
remember
was
that.
maybe it was before y'all. It was communication and technology. I know I did a.
Well, communication technology, we had them come they're trying to figure out.
Yeah, but I think that might be a good idea to get the connection between the committees and the council
Okay.
to get an update on what they're doing and where they think they're going.
Understood. Okay, so the rest of y'all, please email Peggy. It's almost midnight. Let's go to Q, 13Q. Nothing? All right. Item number 14, do I got a
Well,
motion?
hold on, I want to add to that queue. It's not a city event, but Rihanna from Big Brothers Big Sisters invited me to be part of a rock, paper, scissors battle on March 23rd. I'll be battling the city manager from Shirts, but dinner's $25, and it's to do with Big Brother Big Sisters. March 23rd, 6 to 10 at New Braunfels,
Okay.
McKenna Center.
All right, can I get a motion to adjourn? I make a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned. It is midnight. Thank you, everybody.